Hello again, I am Jim Bob and welcome back to Williams for a continuation of our F1 Manager 22 career. We are at Zandvoort, both the town and the circuit, and it's round 15, and we will also be finishing off the stream with Monza, round 16 as well. So another two races for us tonight. I'm not sure how we're going to do here. This is a circuit that has a mixture of corners. So we have some mid-speed, some high-speed, a little bit of low-speed. Our car isn't really great anywhere in particular. If we take a look at our car analysis, you can see our low-speed is terrible. Luckily, it's only really one low-speed area. High-speed's not bad. Medium-speed is not quite as good. But generally our car isn't fantastic. This could be a rough race for us. We do have a new car part, I believe, that we added recently. I think it was it a new rear wing that we added last time out? Let's have a look. How many do we actually have? We've got 4 of them. Okay, what is our current car part knowledge? For the rear wing, 74%. So yeah, it is a brand new rear wing. I don't think we've actually run it yet. If the car part knowledge is set, we must have run it a little bit at the last race. I run so many different files at once, it's hard to keep track of everything. How you doing, Mr. Water? Good to see you. But yeah, we've got our new rear wing here. It will be useful here. It'll definitely be useful at Monza. But unfortunately our car is going to struggle. We have got a new suspension coming in between races. We will have to emergency manufacture those, and they will make a small improvement to the car, but it will be a very small improvement. So yeah, it might be good, might not be. How you doing, Jeremy? Let's have another quick double check, as we always do, of our staff and drivers. Make sure I've actually got all the points spent. We have. We are ready to head off to the Netherlands. Do I think I can get us into Q2? Yeah, I think we've got a chance of getting into Q2 with our new wing. Race targets. Where do I think we're going to finish? I'm going to be brave. I'm going to try and get both cars in the top 15. In terms of our quali streak, that's still ticking over, despite us not really managing to achieve it half the time. So whatever glitch or bug or error in the code is present still seems to be affecting this file. It might just be something on this particular save file rather than something in the game itself. Don't know why it keeps doing that, but yeah, we're not going to turn down free money. Our finish position streak, well, yeah, we should be able to continue that here, hopefully, and that'll give us a nice extra bit of cash as well. I do want to very quickly double check where we are facility wise. So we've got a few upgrades on the way: Tour Centre, Team Hub, Weather Centre and Car Part Test Centre, all under production right now. Where is our car in terms of facility upgrades here? Okay, I don't think we can really afford to upgrade anything else in here this season. Maybe the suspension. Maybe we can throw on a CFD or a wind tunnel upgrade at the end of the season, but I think we might be kind of pretty done with those. Our Team Hub still has one more level to go after this one. We need to upgrade our race sim as well. So those are going to be the next 2 upgrades that we focus on. And then our operations facilities, we're not really paying attention to those unless they start to run down. Although I am going to boost, now we're starting to get to the point where we can earn some money from our sponsors, I am going to boost our helipad. Now that our car is starting to get to the point where we can get out of into Q2.
It's another historic weekend of Formula One here at Zandvoort. The track has seen many unforgettable moments, like Gilles Villeneuve's three-wheeled lap at the 1979 Dutch Grand Prix, which cost him victory. What excitement lies ahead this year? There's never a dull moment at Circuit Zandvoort. It's fast, very fast, with long straights and wide curves. But it also features two heavy banked corners, where aerodynamic improvements are sure to help our drivers. With the season nearly concluded, time is running out for the teams. Can anyone make a last-minute breakthrough? Can the leading drivers hold on? Only time will tell. Let's get this underway.
Okay, let's make our way into practice. So first off, we need to put Logan in the car. I'm going to do that for Alex, so we can keep Teo as prepped as possible. Car parts, let's swap out for some worn down stuff. So weaker engine, weaker ERS module, oops, and a more worn gearbox. There we go. Run plan, we're going to go for 20 laps. It's a relatively short circuit, so it doesn't take that long to get around. Car setup, we want to go quite high on downforce for Zandvoort, so we're going to go with a full 10 on the front wings and a 14 on the rear wing. In terms of the roll bar, I'm going to make that an 8.2. Pull the camber back in a little bit and pull the toe in a fair bit as well. We're going to go with that for car number 1. For car number 2, for Logan, again we'll swap out the race parts for the practice parts. And yeah, I can get away with that gearbox. Okay, run plan 20 laps. Slow running, and for this one I'm going to go a little less extreme on the downforce. I'm going to keep a 5.5 roll bar on this one, just see what happens with that. Let me see with the toe, that's a little bit much. If I pull that in just a touch, there we go. Let's give that a try. See how we do that. It's a very, very different style of setup on this one. Just out of interest, actually, looking at that, I think we might have a little bit too much rear wing on Teo's car. Let's have a look. Yeah, I'm going to pull the wing in a little bit on Teo's car as well. Alright, let's head into practice.
The radio is good? You can hear me, yeah?
Radio checks.
And once again, we'll make sure that we tell them to avoid curbs. It makes them a little bit slower, but they're already going slow in this session anyway, and it does help protect wear and tear on the powertrain parts, so worthwhile doing. We'll probably short-filled them on this run, actually. We might not get feedback in time. Just in case, I'm going to put them in conserve mode.
Can we do lift and coast?
So that we can extend the run an extra lap or two at the end if we need to. So just a couple of seats left to decide next year's driver lineup in real life. We know what's happening at AlphaTauri now. Nick de Vries has replaced Pierre Gasly, who has gone to Alpine. So we're just waiting for confirmation now on Haas and Williams. Be interesting to see who does end up getting those two seats. Danny Rick has pretty much stated he is not going to be on the grid next season. There is still that outside possibility of him being the test driver for Mercedes for next year. Don't know if that's actually going to happen or not. Be interesting to see if that does happen.
Any comments on balance?
We've got an 81% for Teo. Just wait for Logan to give me his feedback. $92 for Logan.
Balance, please.
Okay, that's good. Alright, let's call Logan in.
Going down the pit lane.
Confirmed.
Yeah, interestingly with Haas, Gunther Steiner has come out and said that he is probably done with rookies from now on. So we won't be seeing a young, or it's highly unlikely we're going to be seeing a young up-and-coming driver driving with Haas next season instead of Schumacher. I mean, it's not beyond the realm of possibility that Schumacher can keep his seat, but I think it's unlikely. I think more likely is the rumour that Antonio Giovinazzi is going to be driving for Haas next season. I think that's more likely to happen than Schumacher staying there. Which would be interesting to see Giovinazzi back on the grid again. He's been test driving for Ferrari, and given the relationship between Haas and Ferrari, that wouldn't necessarily be that surprising a move. And then it just comes down to Williams. Are they going to wait until November to see what happens with Logan Sargent's super license and then try and sign him? Or rather promote him, I suppose would be a more accurate description, seeing as he is their young driver in F2 right now. Do need to tweak that front wing slightly. Yeah, let's give that a go. So yeah, some interesting connotations that could shape the last couple of teams on the grid.
Stroll crashed.
The Stroll.
Coming.
There's been a crash. Sounds like a single car. Let's take a closer look. Let's
What
have a
has
look
Lance
here.
done
This
now?
was the Aston Martin. That crash is terrible news for the team.
Well, that was very clumsy indeed. And people want to know why I don't. I never sign Lance Stroll. Alright, let's get some good feedback from the lads this time out.
I think we've had a car run wide.
A little wobble for Lando. car part knowledge is going up as well. That's good. So that's going to hit 100% in this session, I hope.
What was the balance, please?
All right, 95% for Logan, so we have improved the car a little bit. What about Teo? What do we need to tweak? Oh, we've broken the front wing slightly. Worry about that. Let's go back that way. Need to go that way. And I need to do that. That might be a bit too much of a change. Oh, I've broken the traction by doing that. Okay, let's pull that in that way. That's as far as I can go. Okay, let's revert back to where we were a second ago. Let's make that little change there. And I can pull that back in. Push that back out there. Alright, we'll try. That's too much. Yeah, we'll try that. That's too much as well. We'll try that and see if that works. It might do, it might not do, I'm not sure. And out he goes. We've got some feedback from Teo. 92, so we've improved his car by about 10%. We'll let him run till the end of the session, and then we'll make the changes back at the hub.
Fail 84, please. Fail 84.
And there we go. Decent first session. Hamilton has a penalty. That's probably a component penalty. Around this time of the season is when we start to see penalties cropping up for drivers. So Sonoda also with a penalty. Again, I'm expecting that to be a component change. Let's skip on a little bit. So we've got Alex back in the car. We've made a little bit of progress. We have fixed the rear wing. That's good. So we just have to wait to see how the rest of those changes shake out. But that car is pretty close to being spot on. We're going to set him on some hard tyres and just run him for the whole session so he can catch up. I'm going to put him in for 48 laps and run him slow. As for Teo, let's see, what do we need to tweak? A few things. I think we actually broke something there. I think we broke the cornering slightly. Let's see, if I do, might have been the traction. If I do that, then pull that back in, that does disrupt the front wing slightly. Got to be careful not to disrupt the rear wing in the process of trying not to disrupt the front wing. Let's try doing that. Let's see if that works. Again, we're going to go on to a set of hards. and we'll run for a little less with Teo. We're running for 40 laps. He's already got a good amount of track knowledge. But actually, I don't need to run him over a long run, so we'll just run him for 22 laps. And then we can just refuel him and send it back out again afterwards. So, I'm going to send out Teo first, because he's got the car that is considerably lighter, so it's going to be faster.
Radio check.
Go. Once again, we are going to instruct our drivers to avoid curbs, just to look after the engine components a little bit more. We're getting our way through this season pretty quickly on Williams. We've got 6 more races after these two. So that'll be Singapore, Japan, USA, Mexico, Brazil and Saudi Arabia. So that'll be tomorrow night, Thursday night, and then we'll do a live stream on Sunday night as well to finish the season off. And then Monday, we're going to, after Monday, obviously Monday's Haas, but on Tuesday next week when we start the new season, we will go to single race runs. Oh, we didn't quite get the car where we wanted it with Alex. That's okay. We can tweak that between sessions. But yeah, from Tuesday next week, which will be the start of Season 2.
VSC, VS.
We can take a look now.
Let's have a look at Schumacher's crash that brought out the VSC.
Schumacher.
Oh, he got hit
crash
very
there.
hard there. See the wheels still spinning.
The team are devastated.
I didn't see which of the Astons that was, but I get a feeling it was Stroll.
Schumacher stopped.
Got it.
Oh no, it was Vettel. It was Vettel, and Vettel is out as well. But yeah, Tuesday next week when we start Season 2, we will be moving to full time, normal speed, live replays or live runs of the race. So we'll go to just one race a night from Tuesday onwards with the Williams team. I'm hoping that we're going to be more competitive next season. I mean, we're throwing as much as we can research-wise into next season's car. At the moment, we're not developing this season's car much anymore this season. We are focusing heavily on next season's research now. We do have a design centre upgrade, but I don't think it's going to help us this year. So it's just a case of throwing out parts wherever we can, researching parts wherever we can. As long as we get big research into the important things, so the rear wing, the underfloor, probably the front wing as well, those will all be big. We do need to, I think, worry about cooling for next year as well. I'll have to check the regs again between races, just to see exactly what we're changing next season. Like I said, when I play so many different save files, it can be difficult to keep track of exactly what the changes are for each season.
Okay, comments on balance, please.
Teo has actually gone backwards a little bit with his car, I think. Or is he? No, he's gained 1%. He was at 92. So it's Alex's car that went backwards a couple of percent. I think I know what might be out on this car. Let's have a look. Oh no, I thought it would be the braking stability that would be out. It's actually the traction. So we need to change the roll bar. I'm going to put it back to where it started with an 8.2. Just pull that wing in a little bit. Push the toe out a little bit. That'll be it. We've got a decent change for the traction, which is what we need. We've got no change on the straights, no change on the oversteer, a little change on the braking and the cornering. That could be it. That could be 100% setup right there. So let's confirm the changes. Alex is halfway through his run now, starting to accrue some good track knowledge. And let's get Teo back on track. And hopefully after this race we can try again and see if we can sign Pierre Gasly and replace Alex Albon with Pierre Gasly. I think that would be huge for us if we can get him before Monza. You know, if ever there was a circuit where, you know, he could make a difference, that would be it. How you doing, Farah?
Oh, we've had a spin.
Perez with a little wobble. Session is almost over. Getting some good track knowledge for Alex here. He's already up to 50%. And then runs wide as soon as I praise him.
Oh, did someone run wide there?
Maybe he heard me talking about replacing him with Gasly. I mean, it's an open secret by this point.
Sound balance.
86. Oh, we went the wrong way with the roll bar on Teo's car there. So we need to go to a 6.4 roll bar or a 4.6 roll bar. No, 6.4, not 4.6. But at least we know where we went wrong on that one. 8.2 was definitely not the way to go.
We'll get some comments when you're back in the garage and plugged in.
So there we go, we're down to 86%, but we can fix that because we know exactly where we've gone wrong. 97% for Alex, not quite there, but hopefully just a little tweak will get him to 100.
We'll be kicking off today with the final practice before moving on to the qualifying session. Drivers will need to perform with remarkable consistency if they're to secure a strong position on tomorrow's grid. It's not just about one moment of brilliance. No, they'll need to prove over the course of qualifying that they have what it takes to occupy those coveted places. Hold on tight, because we're getting underway.
So that needs to be there. And now I need to fix everything else. The easiest way for me to do this is actually just going to be to revert. There we go, so I can see where the values are. Push that to there. And then take a look at everything else. I need to just tweak the front wing and the rear wing. There we go. Gonna stick that there between the two values that we've already had. Could do with tweaking that slightly. There we go, put that between the two. Alright, let's try that. Let's see if that's going to give Teo his 100%. We'll go with a 22 lap run. Running nice and slow. Alex, same again. Go 22 laps. Running slow. And let's see what we need to tweak here. Just the front wing angle. Let's dial it back a touch. Okay, that could hopefully be it. So let's send them both out.
How's the radio on track?
PGA 2K13 was released today, 3-day early access. It's riddled with bugs. Yeah, early access is is clever marketing speak for beta test. Or in some cases, alpha testing. It's, you get to pay us to figure out what's wrong with our game. You're paying to be a game tester. Yeah, I very rarely go for games that offer early access. Because inevitably they're going to be very buggy. This was an exception. I did actually get early access on this one by pre-ordering, but I was prepared to suffer through potential early bugs on this one.
Stroll crashed.
Oh. Stroll's crashed again. Didn't he do that in practice once?
It's just a yellow at the moment. Just a yellow. Keep the head down.
He's out. He's crashed at
I
turn 1.
think that was a crash. Let's see what happened there. Let's have a look here. This was the Aston Martin.
Oh,
Thank
that's
goodness
a big
nobody
hit.
else was involved. That was a big crash.
That was a very big crash. It's a sports title as well, so I mean, if you do wait 6 months and then go and buy a disc copy, you'll get it ridiculously cheap. And most of the bugs should have been ironed out by then. Sometimes the games are just disastrous. I mean, what was it? The WWE 2K20 was just an absolute horror show when that was launched. From what I remember reading. Another game that was abysmal, absolutely abysmal at launch was Assassin's Creed Unity. It was so bad that they'd obviously sold a season pass for all the planned DLC. They had to spend so much time fixing that game that they just released the first DLC for free, scrapped all plans for any future DLCs, and anyone who bought the season pass was given a choice of a free game or two from their catalogue. It was, yeah, that was a bad day for Ubisoft.
How is the balance, please?
Alright, 86%. We're still off on Teo's car, and 95%. I did make changes, didn't I? Alright, let's actually no, yeah, let's call them both in now. What? Why didn't it? Oh, did we forget to make the change? Or did I accidentally click off it again? I might have done that. Okay, well at least I know where the optimal is for this. Which is there. Front wing looks optimal. Maybe. Might be slightly off. I think we'll be okay. Braking stability, maybe. That might do it. Cornering is now optimal again. roll bar's where it should have been last time, and the straights are optimal. So yeah, let's do that. Oh, we made the car worse. Okay, so I'm gonna have to try and be clever with this. The setup that I've just reverted to is a 97% setup, and the only thing that's off is the front wing. So I've got to figure out a way to change the front wing without messing any of the other settings, but without moving the front wing itself, because that seemed to be what caused the problem. It moves the rear wing too much. I can try it that way and then pull that back in. Do need that there. Yeah, let's give it a go. I still need to get around to playing Origins. I bought a copy off eBay second hand. Oh god, about a year ago now. I still haven't got around to playing it. But I picked up Origins when it was on sale on the PlayStation Store with the DLC, and I actually really enjoyed it. I got a bit, you got a bit Ubisofty at the end, but yeah, I mean, I hate the whole Animus thing. It just always takes me out those games. I absolutely love Black Flag, and every time we came back to the Abstergo Labs, it was just like, oh, for God's sake, just get through this as quick as possible. I want to be back, back on the ships. And I hate it every time. It just rips you out. You get into the character, you start really, really enjoying the storyline, and then it just rips you back out of it. And I hate all that crap. By far and away, the worst part of those games is when they do that to you. And they try and get meta. And it's almost universally unpopular with their audience, and yet they continue to mess around with it. I don't know why. They just can't. It's like they can't let go. They just can't quite accept that idea is horrible and should never be put back in one of their Assassin's Creed games. They just can't quite bear to let that one go. They have to try and shoehorn it in some way, somehow. And I really wish they wouldn't. I haven't played Valhalla yet. I've heard good and bad. I've heard it's too big, there's way too many side missions. That was a problem I had with Odyssey. As much as I enjoyed it, there was just so much unnecessary back and forthing. So many fetch quests and side missions that didn't really give you anything. Alright, we're at 97% with Teo's car still. Now it'll just have to stay at 97%. That's good enough. Not going to mess with him anymore. Alex, though, is 99. Oh, so close.
Okay, happy with that.
Still needs a little bit more time on track. He might not have enough fuel, so I'm going to get him to conserve.
Lift off for the fuel.
Yes.
I mean, there was some of the quests were just ridiculous, but I loved the Minotaur stuff that they did in Odyssey. I thought that was fantastic. With the has anyone here not played it, or does anyone not know about the missions I'm talking about? I don't want to spoil it for anyone. Let's do one more lap with Alex. There we go. That'll get him to 100. There's the whole myth of the Minotaur, and it's like a whole area, like a touristy area around it, and that bit was great. But then you do actually go up against the Minotaur, the mythical Minotaur. Absolutely loved that. That was fantastic. Same with Medusa, and the Sphinx was okay, but fighting Medusa, fighting the Minotaur, they were fantastic little side quests. I really, really enjoyed those.
Fail 84, please. Fail 84.
Okay, so we did well with Alex, considering he had 2 sessions in the car. 99% setup confidence, 100% knowledge, 100% acclimatization. Teo not far off, just couldn't quite get that car over the line to 100. Where did we go wrong? Yeah, the cornering and the front wing. I'm not going to tweak it, we'll leave it as is. So, time to get ready for quali. We're going to put a good engine in. Not the best engine, but a good one. ERS is close to hitting 40% and losing acceleration, so we'll swap that. And just a gearbox will do. It's way above 40%, so it's fine. Alex's car. Swap the engine. 83, it's a little bit of a power loss, but it's okay. ERS, make the swap, and gearbox. There we go. Alright, time to quali.
The radio is good? You can hear me, huh?
Dropping radio check.
Alright, let's see how we do on our initial run. Please no traffic when we come back around. We're going to be okay. See what kind of pace we've got. Well, we're ahead of Sonoda. That's something, I suppose. Get a fresh set of tyres ready, just in case we need it. Faster than the Mercedes, sorry, the McLarens. Did they get held up? I didn't see. Comfortably faster than Stroll. Vettel. And Vettel as well, but they both crashed, so they lost some setup time. We're faster than Schumacher. That's good. You know what? I think... Let's see. Yeah, we won't use both sets. We'll go out with brand new tyres at the end. See how we do. Once again, you can see that gap between our drivers back to just a couple of tenths again. Well, not even that, a couple of hundredths, sorry.
who's running wide there?
Okay, Sainz running wide on his warm-up lap. That's no problem for him. Improvement for Porsche. Albon's looking a little bit iffy. Porsche does improve. Mick improves his time, I think, but not by much. Albon improves by a couple of thousandths. Are we good enough to beat the McLarens? Okay, one of them's got past us. What about Ricciardo? No, he can't. What about Tsunoda? Tsunoda improves and knocks Albon out. Vettel won't improve enough, if at all. So we got one car through. And we are, what, 1.5 seconds off the pace of the Ferrari right now. Pretty close to the AlphaTauri, the 10th in it, and Yuki has got a penalty, so he will be starting behind us. Vettel obviously has a penalty from his collision, and Lewis has a penalty as well. He might be behind us as well, potentially. Let's put on a set of scrubs. And just see how we can do in this session here. I think we might end up being at the back of the grid, or the back of the field on this one. I don't think Teo's going to be able to out-qualify Yuki. Although Yuki is going out on scrubs as well. And so is Alonso. And Norris. Looks like everyone's going out on scrubs, actually. Fresh set of tyres at the ready. Oh wow, we are a long way off. Did we get held up? I didn't actually watch the lap, so I'm not too sure. Right, let's see how we can do. Can we get a distant toe off of Hamilton? And probably not, he's pulling away from us. Where do we get across the line? Big improvement. So we did get held up on our first run, but still nowhere near enough. We are 0.3 off. That's a little disappointing. I hope we'd be a little bit closer than that.
The time has come to fight it out. It's race day.
Qualifying went well for Williams, as attested by their strong position on the grid. Now it's all about finding that edge for the race itself. Haas proved quite resourceful during qualifying. That puts them in a very good position to make the most of this race start. A sunny day here with only a few clouds in the sky. If things stay this way, the weather shouldn't pose any challenges to the teams.
So let's see how the teams tackle this race today here at the Dutch Grand Prix.
I never actually checked the weather. I think it's going to be fine. Yes, it's going to be fine. Okay. Let's see what we can do then, strategy-wise. We could try for the standard one stop. It's going to be tricky to decide how much we can trust these, because we've seen big disparity. I believe the gap between those two. I don't believe the gap there. There's no way running soft, medium, soft is 3.5 minutes slower than a one stop. That's just no. 30 seconds at a push, but no, not even that. So we could go with a two stop. If we're going to one stop, I think it would be starting on the hards. So let's take a look at a one stop with a hard start. See what kind of time it gives us. We go to there. See, again, there's no way that that's nearly 5 minutes faster than the two stop. So, with that said, do I risk the two stop? I mean, we could go soft, medium, soft. I think what might be maybe a smarter move would be to go medium, medium, soft. Like that. That's actually set up that way. That's actually the same time as a soft, medium, soft. So I think that would be the smarter move. It would give us more life in the tyres. So we'll go that. We'll go medium, medium, soft for both drivers. I'm going to get rid of that. Get rid of that. If we get a safety car early on and we can extend the life of the tyres, we can always switch to a medium, soft, soft. So let's convert to a medium. Just push the front tyres out a little bit. There we go. In terms of fuel, we'll stay where we are. We're going to get lapped probably, so we'll have a bit of fuel to play with, early on. And again, if we get a safety car, we can push hard once that safety car comes back in again. In terms of driving options, I am going to go aggressive off the line, not with the ERS because we'll be in a bit of a queue for the first couple of corners. So we'll save that, but we will push the tyres a little bit and we will push the fuel at the start for both drivers. Double check they've got the right parts. Yes, they do. Okay, let's go racing.
Now we should have good weather for the race, and that will be welcome news for the teams. Here's Williams. They're in the back half of the pack, so they'll need to work hard if they want a podium finish. And looking at the second Williams car, with their starting position in the back 10, they'll have their work cut out for them. The teams are ready to go. Here we go. It's the Dutch Grand Prix. And it's lights out, and away we go.
All right, let's have a strong start, please, lads. See what everyone else is doing tyre-wise. Hang on, why are we on softs? For Porsche. Okay. It's either I forgot to select the strategy or it hasn't given us the strategy for some reason. So we're going to go back to the strategy page and start the race again. I think that might have been my error, just not selecting it after I'd created it. So we'll just do that again very quickly. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. Go to medium. There we go. Update. Select. Okay. I could have sworn we'd selected the strategy for both drivers. There we go. So both drivers on the right strategy now. Just reset the options at the start. Yeah, there we go. Alright, let's try that again.
I don't want to tell. The drivers are ready and the crowds are waiting. It's the Dutch Grand Prix. And it's lights out and away we go.
Okay, both our drivers are on medium tyres this time. That's good. That's as it should be. A little bit of visual clipping through the barrier there. Just going to hang off the ERS to start, because there just isn't the room to make a pass right yet. Pourchaire's in front, so he'll be the one that activates first. When they're side by side like that, there's nowhere for us to go, so it's just a waste to have battery being deployed. We'll get through this chicane here, and then we'll start looking at throwing on the overtake button. Just with Pourchaire.
Overtake available.
Again, no point burning out Albon's battery trying to overtake his teammate. Can we get a run down into the first corner? Not quite. Around the outside. A good launch. Nope. Stuck behind Alonso, who's a bit further back than I was expecting. Hamilton is at the back of the grid. And Tsunoda is behind us as expected. And now we're getting a little bit of a gap between our drivers. It's okay. Alright, here we go. Side by side. Let's get a good drive through here. And now we have the inside line for the chicane. And there we go, moved on. So let's calm the battery usage down, and now we'll get Albon to start pushing.
Overtake available.
Yes, okay.
Do need to be careful that we don't lose the position back to Alonso while we're trying to get a little bit of charge back in the battery. That's why I've left the fuel and the tyre burn up. And if we can occupy Alonso with having to defend rather than attack, that will help. Although he does seem to be ignoring Alex, unfortunately. Okay, let's go into neutral.
Tyres up and come down.
Copy that.
Recharge off.
Alright, here we go. There's a chance for Alex trying to go around the outside. No, that was blocked off by Alonso. I don't think we're going to get past Alonso anytime soon. We might start thinking about calming him down a bit. We'll see. Oh, he's having a little look. I'm going to calm down Teo's tyres. We'll give Alex...
I would like you to slow down, please.
...to the end of this lap, and then I'll think about maybe slowing him down as well. Really like more battery. Yeah, Alex is running out of steam here.
Charge on, charge on.
Okay, copy.
Got to make sure Teo doesn't lose touch with Norris.
Copy.
I'd like to try and get past Norris if I can.
Okay, recharge on.
Move up onto the back of that big bunch of cars there. We got caught by Alonso. He's going to get past us, I think. He's got softer tyres, so he might outdrag us through here. Yeah, he got us. Okay. I was kind of expecting that to happen, but I mean, this is a proper DRS train that's running all the way up to Magnussen in 6th. So I mean, as long as we keep touch with the train while we're charging up, we'll be good. We are in danger of dropping off. I'm gonna have to go neutral again with Porsche. In fact, he is definitely dropping off the back. I have to push a little. Try and drag Alex along with us if we can. Okay, there we go. We're back in. If we dropped off the back completely, you know, we'd have been in real trouble, but we can keep touch like this. Alex is getting some charge off the back of Porsche. Even with the push, we're still on the verge of being dropped, which isn't good. Try and get some little bit of piecemeal charging going on. Don't drop out of range again, please. Okay, we're back in. Alex is almost fully charged now. That's good. So we can look at maybe switching our drivers over. Now burning through that fuel, but look how far ahead the leaders are already. This is one of those circuits that really does exploit the difference in performance between, you know, the front and the midfield. Alright, there we go. Get some DRS from Alex. Get him to try and push up to the back of Alonso. Porsche is almost fully charged. Push Alex's tyres a little bit more. Don't really want to use the battery having just charged it up, but we might have to. Okay, we are back in range thanks to them kind of tripping over each other a little bit. And now we can go neutral on Porsche. So, we've got our drivers swapped around. So the slightly faster driver is in the ascendancy. I do want to stay with these guys as long as we can. I am wary of the fact that we've almost burnt off a kilo of fuel already. Do I get similar reward for live streaming as I would recording and uploading? I know what you're asking. My tongue-in-cheek response is yes, because I don't monetize my content at all. So I get zero reward for either, you know, going live or posting videos. As far as making money off live streams, I wouldn't know. Honestly, wouldn't know which is more profitable. I mean, I would imagine in terms of revenue, the videos will do more, but you know, I think a lot of the money that people get with live streaming is through super chats and donations. You know, depending on whether they're on YouTube or Twitch. But like I said, I keep my content free. I don't charge anyone to watch it. I don't make people sit through ads. I know sometimes some ads do creep in. That's just YouTube shoving them on there, and it's not something that's in my control, unfortunately. But for the most part, most of my videos should be ad free. Has anyone actually seen an advert on one of my live streams or not? Just out of curiosity. I know that if you're streaming through a computer, then you can choose to insert an ad onto the stream, and it instantly sends everyone off to an ad break, assuming they're not using ad block. But I don't know if people are going to see them on my channel or not. They shouldn't do. Alright, we are slipping off the back of this queue. We need to push a little bit. Albon's up front. Let's get him to deploy some battery. Yeah, I get nothing for you watching. So I don't do this to make money. I do it because I enjoy it, and I hope that people have fun watching. Yeah, but that's it. It's a hobby. It's not a career for me. I do have a PayPal link on my page, and I do get the occasional donation from someone who's enjoyed the content. But I don't ask for it. I don't beg for it. I don't try and maximize the money I could make off my content, because I deliberately don't want to put adverts in there. I just want people to have something to chill out and unwind to. Right, I don't think we're going to be able to get back onto that queue of cars. We pretty much burnt all of Pourchaire's battery, and he's just falling further and further behind. So now I think is the time for us to just calm the cars down. We'll recharge the battery for Teo. We'll let the fuel burn come down a bit, and let them fight amongst each other. And if we do get close to another car again, then cool. But if we don't, it's not the end of the world. I mean, a lot of the cars in front of us are running a faster compound of tyre, so the fact that we can't necessarily stay with them isn't necessarily a bad thing. How you doing, Binny? Thinking of picking this up. What's the learning curve like? It's not too bad. There is a fair bit of hand-holding in the first race. It kind of sets you free to do your own thing after that. I would say the hardest thing is car development. Everything else is relatively straightforward. It's not overly complicated to pick up. It's not like a hardcore management sim. It is a very accessible simulator in that respect. If you have knowledge of Formula 1 or passion for Formula 1, then that will certainly help your enjoyment. But it's not a requirement. Alright, so who's that? Oh, it's Hamilton coming up behind us. He's been fighting his way up from the back. So what we might do is just wait for Hamilton to overtake us, and then try and stick with him. He has unfortunately dragged Tsunoda along with him.
Let's go recharge off, recharge off.
It would have been more, better for us if he'd dropped Tsunoda, but Okay, so we are 21 laps in. Despite pushing our tyres for a good chunk, they're still looking pretty healthy. I might well switch. Oh, we've got our first 2 pit stops. Gasly and Joe have pitted. I might slow this down a bit. I might switch our strategy onto a medium soft. If I push the tyres to there and go to there, I think we can get away with doing that. We'll do that with Alex as well. So we'll switch to a soft tyre. Pull that in a little bit. Push that out a little bit. Just extends the stints slightly. And Tsunoda's into the pits. Okay, so we don't have to worry about Tsunoda messing around with us now. Just got to wait for Hamilton to get in front of Albon, and then hopefully he can pull us forward.
Tsunoda leaving the pit lane now.
Problem is, Hamilton is on soft tyre, so he's probably going to pit in the next lap or 2. So any big benefit we could have got from Hamilton pulling us forward isn't going to last very long. There he goes. I hope he stays out more than 1 lap. I'd like to get a good 2 or 3 laps behind him, because he is lapping. Well, we'll see at the end of this lap how fast he's lapping, assuming he doesn't pit this lap. So across the line, Hamilton does a 1:15.1. So he's lapping half a second quicker than the cars in front, and we are hanging on to the back of him. So we will close that gap up. It's just how long Hamilton's going to stay out. His tyres are at 37%, so I'm guessing not much longer. Not much longer at all. But even a couple of laps like this, lapping half a second faster than the cars in front, means we're lapping faster than the cars behind. So these guys here on medium tyres, if we can open up the gap for them, that'll be helpful. And there goes Hamilton into the pits already. That didn't last very long. We are 5.5 seconds behind Alonso.
On the Hamilton has pitted.
We did 0.6 faster than them last lap, but that was with the benefit of being towed by Hamilton. Let's see what we can do this lap, now that we're in clear air again and not being towed along by a faster car. Looks like we're actually losing a bit of time. That's comparable. Only 1/10 of a second. That's not too bad. Their tyres are starting to look a little bit ropey. Ours have got a little bit more life in them than theirs. So we should theoretically start to close them up ever so slightly before they pit. Bottas actually is looking like he's going to pit very soon. Oh, and there he goes. All 3 of them pit. And now it's time for us to pit, so let's bring in Alex on this lap. Actually, let's see who's in front.
Box.
Whoever's in
box.
front, he'll be the one who pits first. The one behind will pit
Yes,
the
okay,
lap
box.
after, because he'll get slipstream on, or DRS on the main straight to start his next lap. So we're watching Albon at the moment. Let's get ready to instruct one of our drivers to pull over, or to pit a lap later. Okay, so it looks like it's going to be Albon who's pitting next lap. Yeah, it is. So let's tell him to delay his pit stop by 1 lap. He'll get DRS off the back of Pierre as Pierre peels into the pits. There he goes. Alex gets a nice little speed boost. Oh, it immediately closed the DRS. What a waste. Alright, so Alex is coming in this lap. Let's see what kind of time Teo can do on the softs. I'm going to come out behind Tsunoda. And I was going to say we're in danger of being lapped by Leclerc and Perez, who literally just pulled into the pits as I was about to say that. So we're not going to get lapped for a little while, but it is going to happen. So 5 seconds off Tsunoda, who is now going to be on mediums. Some of the other guys are on hards. We're on soft, so we should theoretically start to close that gap. Albon's still yet to pit. Magnussen and Ocon both pitting in front of us. We're going to come out behind Pierre. Those brand new softs are going to give him a big advantage for this 1 lap, I think. Ricardo pits. Tsunoda's gone through. Pierre's going around the corner now. There he is. So we lost about a second to Pierre for him being out a lap earlier than us. That's not too bad. Alright, lap times. So we did a 1:31. Oh, that hasn't been updated yet. It's because we're at the end of the pit lane, so we crossed the start-finish lane in the start-finish line in the pits. So this will be the first lap where we can see exactly what kind of pace Pierre's got on these tyres compared to Tsunoda. I'm hoping it's going to be faster. Schumacher pits. 1:14.4. We are slower than than Tsunoda. That is disappointing. I really hoped that the soft tyres would have given us more pace. What is the gap? It's 5 seconds. We can't push the 5 seconds. What I can do though is I can push Albon onto the back of Pierre and see if they'll slingshot past each other. And then maybe with them leapfrogging each other on this main straight, they can hopefully close the gap a little bit, or at least stop the gap from getting bigger, which is what's happening at the moment. Fingers crossed. You just bought me a beer. Oh, thank you, Farah. It's very kind of you. Alright, we're on the back of Pierre now, so let's turn off the DRS fact, I should probably start charging that back up again. Okay, so there he goes, slotting through. Yeah, the gap is getting bigger. That's a shame. And there's nobody faster coming from behind to push us up. Everyone in front of us is faster than us now, so I mean, maybe Ricciardo could pull us along, but I don't know. They might be one-stopping these guys on hard tyres. If they are, we're in trouble because we just don't really have the pace to make the two-stop work. That'll be a real disappointment. I've got to hope for a safety car, I think, now, just to get us back onto the backsides. With the grip that we've got on the soft tyres, we'll easily be able to stay with and even overtake cars that are in the DRS train, but trying to hunt the train down, we don't have the pace for that, unfortunately. So all we can do is just keep swapping positions back and forth like this, and hope that that can help close the gap down a little bit. Or if somebody has a bit of a wobble and an accident. They're chasing on Hamilton at the moment, who, as we know, is half a lap faster, half a second faster than the guys that are behind him. And because they're able to stay with him, they're all lapping at his pace. And we're lapping at our pace, which is why we are not catching. Now, we are pulling away from Ricciardo, so we don't have to worry about him catching us. If we can't get onto the back of the train in some way, shape or form, be it an accident or a safety car or something, then we are looking at 15th and 16th in this race.
Keep an eye on the fuel, please.
Well, fuel's not going to be an issue. The only other thing we can hope for is getting overtaken, getting lapped, and then being pulled along by the front runners up to the back of the cars behind us. But they're still a fair way off, and we are now halfway through the race, so even that is not looking all that likely right now.
Okay, Charjon.
Yep, copy.
Let's whiz time on a little bit. Once our tyres get down to about 50%, that gap's going to get even bigger. Interestingly, though, the train is starting to break up a little bit by the look of it. They're barely hanging on to Hamilton right now. If one or two of them lose the ground, it'll break that whole train up, and then maybe we could start reeling a couple of these guys back in. So we need Hamilton to pull away from these guys. We need Hamilton to break the train to Norris. All he's doing at the moment is he's just pulling them all up to the back of Ocon. What's Ocon doing lap time wise? He's doing 1:14.0s, we're doing 1:14.1s. So we're lapping about the same pace as Ocon. So the gap may stabilise once they catch up to Ocon, because we are lapping about the same pace as him right now. Tyre wise, he's on hard, so his tyres are going to be good for a while. Ours are only going to get worse. Who's in front? Gasly and Zhou scrapping away. They are lapping a little bit slower. So we're getting a monster train forming. Oh, has Hamilton broken Norris? Hamilton and Ocon keep swapping places. Norris is on the verge of losing the train. Norris has lost the train. Okay, so what can Norris do now that he's not being pulled along? Oh, no, don't hit the wall. I think he kept it out the wall. He did. Okay,
They've gone wide!
let's get him back onto Alex. Who are we looking at? Norris.
Come on.
Let's see what Norris does at the end of this lap. Norris has done a 13.4. Oh, he's caught back up. Ah, damn it. The queue's reformed. And now Hamilton's leading that train from 6th all the way down to Sonoda. Alonso is just about hanging on to the back of it at the moment. But he'll close that back up, I think. Oh, we've had a crash. Who's crashed and where? This could be crucial for us.
Yellow flag.
Let's have a look.
Bottas.
Now we see Valtteri Bottas.
He's in the queue.
Clearly something went...
It's just him that's dropped out of the train. But it has caused Alonso to drop out of the train as well. It did hold, you know, that gap that Bottas was in. He's dropped out of it, and Alonso hasn't yet caught the train. Although it does look like he is maybe closing in. Bottas looks like he's knackered his tyres up as a result, so he's definitely going to have to stop again. So we should now close Bottas down. He's certainly going to drop away from Sonoda. We might catch him. We're about to enter our pit windows. Oh, I need to turn off Porsche's tyres. Forgot about that. And his fuel. Bottas is actually closing back up again. I know that car is quick, but his tyres are, well, one of his tyres at the very least is at 30%. The rest are probably okay. Bottas is closing that down. The train is fracturing though, because it's Hamilton at the front. They are struggling to keep with him. So Gasly's dropping out. Ocon is barely keeping on the back of Zhou. Norris has broken away. Is now dropping back quickly from Ocon. Alonso hasn't caught Magnussen. Bottas obviously had his accident. Yeah, that train is really fragmenting now. Alright, so it's not all doom and gloom. We are closing on Bottas as well. We've closed a second on him. There is still hope for us of maybe gaining an extra position or two. Just got to hope Bottas stays out a little bit longer and allows us to get our pit stops done first. Because once he pits onto the new tyres, he's going to be way faster than us. Okay, so let's pit Porsche this lap. Oh, I don't have any brand new softs. I thought I did.
Let's box now, please.
Yeah, we'll get away with those. Let's put Alex on full attack.
Copy.
Let's lift off, please.
Yes.
And we'll get Alex to pit next lap.
Box.
Okay, box.
Let's see if we can reel in Bottas a little bit and then get onto fresher tyres get ahead of him, so when he does pit and come from behind us, we can then try and stay with him as he pushes forward. Gasly and Zhou are pitting. I was hoping they would go another few laps before they pitted. Okay, we came out ahead of Ricardo. That was important. And we are 9.5 seconds behind Zhou, who has gone on to soft tyres, but not brand new softs. Porsche doesn't have new softs either, but Albon does. Tsunoda pits. Can we make up some time on Tsunoda here? Okay, so Albon very much ahead. Just calm the car down. We are 5.5 seconds behind Tsunoda, who again is going to be on softs, but not new softs. Bottas still has not pitted. Okay, this is good for us that Bottas still hasn't pitted. I do need to get Porsche onto the back of Albon as quickly as possible. I want my drivers working together if at all possible. Alex is losing a little bit of time to Tsunoda, but that's because he's charging his battery. Can't believe Bottas still hasn't pitted. I'm not complaining, I'm just surprised. Maybe this is the lap.
DRS disabled, DRS disabled.
Right, Porsche, I don't want you to fight your teammate
Charge
at the
off.
moment. Just stay behind and
Copy.
charge.
Recharge on.
No, Bottas is still out there. So only one of his tyres is probably damaged from that time he smacked the barrier, but that one tyre is at 21%. That's pretty rough. He's doing 114.6s. We are doing 113.8s and 112.6s. One charging, one burning battery. So we're doing, split the difference, a low 13. So we're over a second faster at the moment than Bottas. When he does pit, he should now theoretically come out behind us, I think. Alonso, Norris, Magnussen, Ocon, Hamilton, Russell. Those guys are all going to... Well, everyone in front is going to the end, apart from Bottas. And they are lapping slower than us as well. Well, some of them are. We may sneak an extra place or two, if we're lucky.
Tyres aren't really coming down.
Copy.
Just keep an eye on the gap between Albon and Tsunoda. Perez is making his way through traffic as well, so the leaders have started lapping people. There's Bottas in the pits, and we have overtaken Bottas. So, at the very least, if he gets past us, which, given how close to behind us is going to happen pretty quickly, hopefully we can use him to pull us up the field. This is another reason why I've been trying to get Porsche fully charged. There we go. Let's tell him to stop holding behind his teammate now.
so we will go recharge off.
So now if Bottas does try and break away from us, we've got battery to try and chase him down with. And because we've been lapped, we've also got some fuel to play about with as well. And we are closing in on Tsunoda at the moment, probably because he got lapped by Perez. Yeah, we're only lapping a tenth of a second faster than him at the moment, so not a lot in it. I do wish there was an extra command. Obviously, you got don't fight teammate and whole cars behind. I wish there was another option to not fight the car that's trying to overtake you, regardless of whether it's your teammate or not. Just, you know, let them through. So that we could get Bottas in front of us and then just ride the back of him. Still 4.5 seconds behind Tsunoda. We've got to get through the two Astons at the moment. That's got to be embarrassing. The Aston's getting lapped by Williams. That shows just how much we've developed the car compared to them. There we go. Although let's not forget, both of their drivers crashed in practice, so they will have not had ideal setups for the week. Right, now that there's a gap between our two cars, Bottas should get Pourchaire here on the start-finish straight. No, Pourchaire holds him back. Pourchaire does not have DRS to defend with. And Bottas is through. So, let's see, can Pourchaire stay with him? He should be able to.
Looks like that was a position gained for Alfa Romeo.
Yeah, he is staying with him. And Albon's actually closed in on Tsunoda as well. Gap is still coming down just ever so slightly. Bottas is definitely quicker than us. If we can use him to as a Trojan horse to sneak our way through, that would be excellent. We are running out of laps actually. I'm going to try and catch Tsunoda without Bottas's help. I'm going to leave... I'm using the wrong person. There we go. I'm going to leave Pourchaire tucked in behind
a position gained for
Bottas.
Alfa Romeo.
And I'm going to try and get Albon to push. And close up early. Because we are running low on laps. There's only 6 laps left, including this one. We can get an extra position. And we'll keep the board happy. Oh, hell, we got fastest lap. Even if we don't get the point for it,
6 more laps.
depending on the sponsor objectives, we might get a payout for it. Yeah, that was the incentive, was to get the fastest lap. If we can hold that, that would be incredible. Like I said, we're not in the top 10, so we wouldn't get the bonus point for it, but we would get the sponsor payout for it.
Charge on for now.
Yeah, sure.
And we got that fastest lap without really trying for it. We didn't push the tyres at all, so I might have another go at it. Trying to get past Tsunoda. I'm going to get some battery in the car again first, though. Alright, we're not getting past here.
5 more laps. 5 more laps.
When we get to just a couple of laps to go, I'm going to get Pourchaire to just go on an all-out attack on Bottas and see if he can get back past him. This is where Albon's newer tyres are definitely playing an advantage. Alonso, unfortunately, is too far ahead, I think. Although, I do think the gap is coming down. We might possibly be able to get Alonso as well here, if we are very lucky. We're not getting past this lap either.
4 more laps. 4 laps.
It's only 3 because we've been lapped.
Yes.
Don't get through here, please. Okay, here we go. So now we're going to go on to a full attack. Alright, so we've got the move done. We're only 3 seconds behind Alonso with 2 laps to go. Vettel's had a spin. Vettel is 2 laps down, just about. What is our best lap so far? Our best lap is a 1:12.1. Oh, we are flying. We just know 1:11.7.
1 more lap. 1 more lap.
I think we can get Alonso here as well. Oh, I need to... need to get Porsche pushing. Probably should have set it on the last lap. I was too busy focusing on
Let's pick
Alex.
our pace up. Let's go.
Come on, let's get Alonso. 12th place would be so nice.
On keep an
Oh, he blocked us.
Yes.
Oh, I actually think we need to get 15th. We need both cars in the top 15, I think. One of our sponsors. I don't think we're going to do it. Oh, I don't know. We've got some battery left. We've got tyres. Kind of.
And Sainz crosses the line first. He's taken the win.
16th it is. But we got 13th and 16th. I think we might have blown one of our sponsor objectives. Finish position streak, 2 in the top 14. We've blown the streak. Damn it. And 2 in the top 15 for that finish position. But we will get that.
Okay, buddy, and that's the check.
It's better than nothing. We've got both of those objectives done, and we've achieved the quality objective, even though we didn't achieve the quality objective. So we will get some money from that as well. Not bad. A little bit of extra cash coming to us.
What a pleasure it was to watch Alex Albon on the track, and an amazing result to match. Williams have got to be happy with their results here. This was good work.
You're completely right, and what a day for all the fans of the team as well.
With the race wrapped up, the team is ranked in 9th in the constructor standings.
We now look ahead to the next round in Monza in Italy. The Temple of Speed is waiting, and the teams will be ready and raring to go.
This is the Cathedral of Speed, not the Temple of Speed. Okay, so a little over exuberant celebrations for 12th place. Well, 13th place there, but better than nothing. We do have points Given Aston Martin's performance in that race, I don't think they've got a chance of actually getting points at all this season. So I think we're pretty secure in 9th place. We haven't got to worry about them. It would have been nice to close up some points on Haas, but that doesn't look like it's going to happen either. We have got a development point though for Teo, which is good. So we lose 215 grand because we failed the position streak and we failed the finish position guarantee, but we did pick up on the incentives the quali streak, the fastest lap and the quali position, as well as reaching Q2 on the guarantee. So not bad, 5 mil in the bank. Let's spend that point for Teo. I want to boost his reactions. Alex, we're going to be replacing him hopefully. With Gasly. He is open to negotiations. Let's see, can we get him this time? I'm going to up his salary to 7.5. I'm going to get rid of the bonus. Just hope this will be enough. He's on 7.6 at the moment. We can't afford his race target threshold. So let's go with this and hope it's enough. Yes! We have signed Pierre Gasly. Oh, that's cheered me up. Bye-bye, Alex. We've done us well, but Gasly's going to do us better, I think. And we get to reunite Pierre Gasly with his engineer from AlphaTauri, because we already have Pierre Hamlin, who is now paired with Gasly, and because he's been paired with him before, he still has that great affinity. So already a morale boost between the two straight away. That's fantastic. It's amazing I'm doing all these streams. Greatly appreciated. Well, thank you. I would be playing anyway. I've sunk hundreds of hours into this game already. So I just figured I'm going to be playing. I may as well share what I'm doing while I'm doing it. Let's boost Logan's tyre smoothness. We want to get that up to 60 before we start working on some of his other stuff, primarily his cornering. No points for Pierre yet, obviously, he's just joined the team. But with Pourchaire and Gasly, I think that's a good combination going forward. We know that Pourchaire and Albon were very evenly matched on pace, so we should see a gap between these two now, because Gasly is, on paper, a quicker driver than Albon. So we should see a couple of tenths between these two at least, I think. Let's check our staff. Do they have any points to spend? No, they do not. Our pit crew is now up to 81 on tyre changing. That's good. We're going to start work on wing adjusting, I think. No, we're going to work on front and rear jacks. We are 4 days away from Monza. We've got a new regulation vote on financial rule changes. We've noticed the potential for smaller teams to be priced out of the competition, so we propose a lower cost cap to keep all teams on a level playing field. And that's going to reduce the cost cap down by 5 million. We are going to vote for that. And hope that that goes through. We've got a brand new ATR period started. That's good. And we've got a new component coming in a couple of days as well. Our tour centre improves. Welcoming Pierre Gasly as a new driver. heading off to Monza. Let's take a look at what is still being worked on. Helipad is 3 days out. Team Hub's 7 days out. 18 days for the weather centre, 23 for the car parts centre. We have got the design centre done now, so we can do 3 projects. Okay, so let's take a look at our cars. In terms of projects going on right now, we've got 2 of them. No, we've got 3 going. Suspension finishes tomorrow, so let's skip on a day. Get our Mark III suspension. So if we go to new project manufacturing, let's take a look at that suspension and see just how much of an improvement it is. It's one that we've just knocked out with no real time put into it, just no additional development put into it, so it's just a minor improvement on what we've already got, but it is going to improve our acceleration up to 17th. Our brake cooling is going to improve by a rank. Our medium speed cornering is going to improve. It's not a massive improvement, but I mean, it gives us a little bit more top speed on both the DRS and standard. Improves our acceleration by standard a little bit as well. The cornering speeds will be slightly improved. Given that we need to wring every ounce of pace out of the car for this next track, we are going to go ahead and emergency manufacture 3 suspensions. I think if I rush, it won't be in time. So we're going to emergency manufacture 3 of them. That'll give us 2, 1 for each car, and then 1 spare. And then we're going to start manufacturing a couple more as well. So let's get these extra 2 started. Let's equip the new suspension to the cars. There we go. A little bit of an improvement. We now have 1 slot available to work on for a new part. So let's look at researching. See what we can research right now. We haven't done an underfloor project yet, and that is vital. That's going to be one of the key components of the car for next year, so we're going to put a lot of hours into researching a new underfloor. We're going to put 4.3 hours into that and 64 wind tunnel hours as well. A lot of research pouring into this one. I'm going to get them to focus on improving every aspect of it rather than specializing it into one particular area. We just want everything to be as good as possible. That will have quite a significant impact on our speed. 0.2 kilometers an hour is quite a big improvement. Top speed under DRS will improve as well. And to maximize the expertise gain, we're just going to put 1 engineer on it. There we go. So we have no more slots available. We do have slots opening up in 15 days and then again in 32 days for the other 2 slots. I've got a fly buzzing around me. It's annoying me, sorry. So we can definitely do more research with the chassis. I may possibly, when the side pod research is done, I may possibly manufacture another quick, cheap and dirty part for the car. We'll see. Let's see if there's anything that's worth knocking out. Alright, go to our emails, just telling us that suspension's done. We've already taken care of that. It is race weekend day. Time to do our prep. I don't know if we're going to have the pace to get into Q2 at this circuit, because it is such a cathedral of speed, this car. So let's go to car analysis. See exactly where we stand on the grid right now. Speed is 17th, so there's only 2 cars that are slower than us in 19th and 20th, and that is the 2 Aston Martins. Medium speed cornering is pretty decent. High speed cornering's a little bit better. Top speed, the only car slower than us is going to be the Astons. If we have a look at the Aston, actually, where are they? At the bottom there. There you can see they are worst on almost everything. The things that they're not worst on, we are. But yeah, it's not great. If we have a look at AlphaTauri, because we've been chasing down Yuki, they are considerably faster than us in a straight line. Their cornering speed in the low and medium is better than us. Yeah, it's going to be tough hunting them down on this circuit. What about Haas? Well, Haas are even worse for us. They're better at everything. There's nobody else we can compete with. Alpha's going to be too fast. We might have a little edge on high speed cornering, but everything else is even better than the other cars we've been looking at. And look how much faster they are than us in a straight line. So I'm not going to make any guarantees on getting into Q2 because I just don't think we can do it. I am going to try and get one of our cars into P15, and I'm going to do that with our streak as well. I'm going to do a streak of 1 car in P15. Question from Farah. Love the stats in the game. I hope this makes sense. Does research benefit your team more than it does the opposition? It did massively when the game first launched. You could easily outdevelop the AI. They have dialed it back, but I don't know how much. I think you have a slight advantage, but it's not massive. Plus, it depends on whether you do general research like we've done with our parts, or whether you focus them specifically for a key attribute. So, maximizing the research gain on high speed only kind of thing. They always seem to go for balanced, I think, with their research. I don't think they specialize in any one key area. So, I generally make my cars balanced, but I try, when I get to a point where I'm comfortably strong in one area, I start to focus the research of the other parts of the car towards the weaker areas. So if I've got really, really strong high speed compared to the rest of the car, I will work on that a lot less to the and focus more on low and medium speed downforce generation to try and get those weaker areas of the car up. Because when you focus on certain individual things, then the benefit you can get is much bigger. But if you I think that the best phrase I can think of would be jack of all trades, master of none. If you focus on just boosting everything, then you can get really strong low downforce performance when you boost the low speed downforce setting. But when you then boost the medium speed, it has a slightly detrimental effect on the gain that you would make on the low speed. And then when you boost the high speed as well, it has a detrimental effect again on the low speed and also on the medium speed. So the potential that you could gain is diluted a bit by not focusing on certain key areas. I hope that makes sense. Quick check to see if we've gained any XP points over the last few days. No, we haven't, so we are ready to go racing at Italy.
Welcome to Life in the Fast Lane. We're here at Monza in Italy, the home of Ferrari. But who will take home the points this weekend? Let's find out as we get started with the Italian Grand Prix. Monza, a centurion among circuits, dripping with motorsport history. Expect to see cars fly by, as 80% of the track is tackled at full throttle. It's not all go, however, and brakes can be prone to overheating through the tight chicanes that Monza has to offer. This is it. We're down to the last few races of the season, and it's time for that final push. Who will be crowned champion at the end of it all? We'll find out soon enough. Let the weekend begin.
Okay, so this circuit is not as good as you might think for us because the corners are, well, there's only a couple of high-speed corners. We're going to be good from the second sector onwards, but that low-speed chicane at the start of the lap is going to kill us. The low-speed chicane and then the medium-speed corner exit of the second chicane is going to hurt us. We're going to be good through the Degners. No, they're not Degners, they're the Lesmos at the top of the map, and then we'll be good through the entrance to Ascari and then the Parabolica, because that's the strongest part of our car, is our high-speed downforce in cornering. That said, we've got to be close to maximise that, and with those two chicanes, it's going to be very hard for us to get good traction coming out of those corners. So this is going to be a tough race. I'm under no illusions of that. Our car performance is poor compared to the rest of the field, as we just saw. We are definitely going to struggle here. But this is a race where safety cars do happen, and you never know. We might get lucky. It might be an accident, might take a couple of people out. We might be able to get a well-timed safety car pit stop that would jump us up the field, and then if we can hang on to a couple of cars in front, that could work wonders for us. And certainly stop us from falling down the order quite so quickly again. Right, we've got practice components into that car. We are going to put Logan in for Teo this time. No, there we go. Let's swap out the parts for Gasly's car. Good thing is his components are in better shape than Teo's car, because Teo had that big smash earlier in the season. So theoretically, he's got more performance to play about with in terms of his engine wear and stuff. We are going to go with a 22 lap run for both drivers. Again, we're going to get them to drive slow, and then we'll tell them to avoid the curbs when we get into the session. And as for setups, we want low downforce. So front wing's going to be really low, rear wing's going to be all the way to the lowest setting. We do want quite a stiff roll bar. I'm going to do that for this car here, and a slight change to that for Logan's car. So we're going to go all the way to 1 instead of 1.5. That's going to go all the way to 9 again. Again, we're going to go with a very stiff roll bar, and we'll go with a slightly less toe on this one, and see which of those two setups works best.
Radio check. Radio check.
Radio check, okay.
And because we've actually got Gasly's original engineer paired with him again, we might even get some unique Pierre to Pierre dialogue. You never know. We are going to watch Gasly's first lap driving for Williams. Because we've been chasing him for a few races now, you know, trying to get him on a contract, and we finally got him just in time for Monza. I'd hoped to get him several races ago. I'd hoped to get him for Austria, but we just couldn't nail down the terms of the contract. But we have now finally signed him. Alex will go onto the market as a free agent, and will probably end up replacing Vettel at the end of the season. Vettel will probably end up going to AlphaTauri. That's what kind of usually happens. Oh no, Vettel has gone straight to... Albon has gone straight to AlphaTauri. Because he's replaced Gasly. Of course he has. Car setup is where you struggle, learn from experience and results, I guess. The thing with the car setups is they are kind of roughly based on what you'd expect in real life. So a circuit like this, where it would traditionally be a very low downforce circuit, you do want low wings, and then you kind of play with everything else around based on that. I mean, I've got kind of a cheat sheet. This is my setups that I used on my other Williams career, which is now in its second season. But you know, it's not an exact science when it comes to creating these setups. They're not entirely based on real world. You know, circuits where you would expect the higher downforce setups. So this circuit, Zandvoort, Monaco, Mexico, believe it or not, despite that being a very fast circuit, has very high downforce because it's at such high altitude. Those characteristics do tend to carry across into the game, but there's no one set of values that will work every time. You know, there's always a variance in the setups depending on, I think, random number generation. You know, they have a set tolerance to work within, and then there are just slight variations, and sometimes you can nail the car 100%, sometimes you can't. But you don't need to get it up to 100%. As long as you get it up to above 90, then that's usually pretty good enough. Alright, Gasly's first lap in anger in the car is a 1:26.6. Logan is 4.5 tenths slower. We kind of expected that from Logan. Be interesting to see what the gap is between Gasly and Porsche when Teo gets in the car in FP2. Ooh, I need to tell them to avoid the curbs. There we go. The easiest way to get better at setups is just to learn what each slider is going to change. So your front wing changes are going to have a major impact on your oversteer, but they're going to have a minor impact on the straights as well. Your camber is going to affect your braking and your stability. No, sorry, your braking and your cornering.
Hold the balance, please.
Very, very nice job.
Okay, copy that.
Well, I'll show you when we get back to the garage. We've got an 85% for Pierre on his first attempt, so a little bit of tweaking
How do you feel
needed.
about doing another lap on this set?
Logan has an 85 as well. Okay. No, an 89, sorry. So, because Logan is not gaining track experience and is just setting the car up, we're going to call him in straight away. Pierre, we're going to leave out for a few more laps. And now I can show you what I was talking about. So, your front wing angle here is going to impact your oversteer value, but it's also going to affect minor changes to everything else. So you can see that, you know, some things move on a large scale. You know, the cornering and oversteer values move quite fast. Everything else moves quite slow. The slowest of which is the rear wing, the straights. The rear wing angle has big jumps when you move it, and it also affects your front wing angle, and then smaller changes to your braking, cornering and traction. Your roll bar is essentially what's going to move your traction in big jumps, and then little movements on your cornering, braking and oversteer, but it leaves the rear wing where it is. Your tyre camber is primarily only really going to have big effects on your braking and cornering. Minor changes to the traction and oversteer, but again leaves the straights alone. And then the toe primarily only tends to affect the braking stability, but if you move it far enough, it will also have an impact on your cornering, as you can see. So with that in mind, we need to make some little changes here. We're going to start by moving the tyre camber, just to try and generate a little bit of change on the roll bar, on the traction. We're going to move it enough so that we can counteract that change on the front wing by reducing it slightly. And then we're going to use the toe to maybe close that up. So we've got a minor change on the traction there. You can barely see it, but it is there. No change on the rear wing, no change on the front wing as a result of that. The oversteer and straights are the same, and then we've got, you know, a little-ish change on braking and cornering, which should be within tolerance for a change that you need to make on a grate. Hopefully that's going to dial it in. Let's find out. You're also now seeing the driver confidence. Yeah, the confidence show is basically just how well the car is set up. You want the driver's confidence to be 100 if you can. You know, the higher the number, the better the car setup is. And like I said, it doesn't affect the speed of the car itself. It affects this, the performance bonus, which determines how much of a boost to those 5 key stats of the driver that you're going to get. So with a current performance bonus of 11 out of 15 based on how happy he is with the setup, the car part knowledge and the track, he's going to get 3 points added to his control rating, 2 points to his accuracy, 2 to his cornering, 2 to his braking and 2 to his reactions. The subsequent 4 points we're missing will obviously be a point on each of those. Get Logan back out. Oh, he's locked up, but he's got away with it.
They've locked up and gone straight on.
Alright, Gasly is coming in to the pits. And now we can tweak his car. So he is only showing good on the front wing and everything else is great, which means we need minor changes on everything and then a decent sized change on the front wing or on the oversteer value. So it's not as simple as your front wing controls your oversteer, your rear wing controls your braking, and so on and so forth. Obviously, you've seen that they have different effects depending on how you move them. Because we only need minor changes, we're leaving the rear wing alone. We're not touching that at all. The front wing, we are going to make a little change, and that's gone the wrong way. So we're going to rely on using the camber and toe where we can to make these changes. We are going to have to change the front wing a little bit. We want the front wing to be about there, I think, maybe. That's a minor change now to straight, so that hopefully will get the straights nailed. We've got a very minor change on braking, but no real change on cornering or traction, so we need to change those values a little bit. And then bring the toe back to about there, and then we've got a decent sized change for the oversteer value, which will hopefully be the right way. Could be either way, we don't know yet. Braking stability kind of has to go the way it's gone because it's right at the edge of its box. Straights, I hope is right, could be the wrong way, and then cornering and traction could be either way, but they're minor changes, so they'll be easier to check as to which way we're going. If they change to optimal, we've got it right. If they change to good, we've gone the wrong way. So let's put on a fresh set of tyres and send Pierre back out. Oh, this game has gone on sale today, has it? I've had a couple of notifications come through to tell me that the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Cowabunga collection's gone on sale. I was umming and ahhing about getting it, but having played Shredder's Revenge, I don't think I'll bother with the Cowabunga collection. Shredder's Revenge is just so much fun, and it is basically a modern remake of those classic, arcade games that are part of the Cowabunga collection. That's another game I need to finish off and get the platinum for. I'll get around to it at some point. I just need to play the arcade on the hardest difficulty. I've done everything else. Alright, let's get Gasly out for his second run. See how he does. £10 off, that's a pretty good saving.
Okay, any comments on balance?
Okay, so Logan's car's gone up 5%, it's now at 90. Let's call him in. Okay, so the cornering has gone the wrong way. So we need to pull that back. We need a minor change to traction and the straights as well. So let's go with that. Let's push the front wing down to a 0. Straights, that's a little tiny change on the straights. I don't know if that's going to be enough. I need to fix the braking. I'm going to use the toe. I can't use a toe. Okay, so the front wing's going to have to change. Going to have to go the other way with the front wing and then pull everything back this way. How can I fix this way? Okay, let's do that. Let's go to a 1, back to a 1. I get the feeling, what was the toe before? It was 3.25, wasn't it? No, it was 3.1. We've got a good rating on 3.15. Yeah, let's go this way then. Let's go to a 3.05. There's no real change on that front wing, which is a bit of a shame. So on the rear wing, so let's push that up to a 1.5 again. Let's drop that down that way. That does give me a subtle change on the straights, a subtle change on traction. Just tweak the toe like that to get that back to optimal. I am a little worried that is not quite where it needs to be. If I do that, yeah, let's try that. job of your reserve driver is always to get in and out of the pits as quickly as possible and get the car set up as quickly as possible, or make as much progress on car setup as possible, so that the driver that he's replacing, when he gets back in FP2, can just run and not worry about having to keep boxing to tweak the setup, because he's giving up an entire session of running. So it's going to be a lot harder for him to gain the track knowledge without doing a long continuous runs.
What was the balance, please?
I'm really pleased.
Pierre's up to 92.
Copy, confirmed.
That's an improvement. We'll let Pierre run to the end of the session.
All right, buddy. Good job once again. See you in the office shortly.
We've got a penalty for Fernando. Penalties for Mick, Vettel and Albon. That's a shame for Albon. He's inherited a car that's immediately had to take a penalty. It kind of works storyline wise as well, Alex going back to Red Bull in a little way. So we've got a little bit of partial feedback on the car already, and it's not good. So we need to change the roll bar, and that needs to be an 8.2 or a 2.8, sorry. I don't know what changes that's going to have on the rest of the setup. Not ideal, I'm guessing, but we'll leave them as they are and see what that does. Porsche is going to need to run for a good amount of laps. We're going to run it for 24 laps on a set of mediums. Running him slow. Gasly, can we change here? Need to change his roll bar as well, so let's go to a 2.8. Need to make a minor change to the front wing. Rear wing's still good. Cornering, let's tweak the cornering and tweak the toe with the camber that way. Okay, let's try that. Medium tyres, 24 laps, running at a low pace, and send them both out.
The radio is good? You can hear me, yeah?
Radio check, okay. Radio check, okay.
Okay, so once again, let's tell them to avoid curbs. And let's see what times they do against each other. It's not exact because they're running different spec components in terms of engine wear, but it'll be a rough idea. So 3/10 at the moment. We'll wait and see what it is at the end of the session, and the truest test obviously is going to be in quali when they've got brand newer components in. And because it's Monza, we'll be running the best possible components we've got in terms of engines. Oh, we got a crash.
Copy.
Where's that happened? Down the chicane.
Was that a crash? Multiple cars, I think. Let's take a look at the replay.
Oh, it's the second
now watch
chicane.
this. Lewis Hamilton involved in this one.
Oh, that was just clumsy.
And there's the hit. I think we've had a car run wide.
That might be an issue. Major wear on the gearbox. It may make us change it after the
How is the
run's
balance,
finished.
please?
93% for Pierre. We gained 1%.
Yeah, copy that.
This is going to be a tricky one, I think, for us to nail down. Teo is at 91%. I think he's actually gone down slightly. I don't think that was Hamilton's fault. I think that was Magnussen's fault, or whichever it was that crashed into him. Let's have a look. Yeah, Hamilton didn't get the penalty. It wasn't him that had the crash, so it was Magnussen who crashed into him. Alright, we need our drivers to start coming in. Otherwise we're not going to have time to get full feedback on their second run. And there goes Hamilton back out on fresh tyres, fresh front wing. Okay, so we fixed the roll bar issue. Still off on other aspects of the car though. I do need to make a minor change to traction. I don't know if that's going to be it, but we're going to try that. We have gone backwards, I think, slightly. I mean, we've got 91%, but we haven't got an optimal where we had an optimal before. Front wing is too high. I can see that because it's just past the edge there, so that's going to need to be there. That's going to affect the braking stability and cornering and traction ever so slightly. Don't know if that's enough of a change. I'm going to do that, and I'm going to use a bit of toe to pull that back again. And let's try that. I hope that doesn't break the straights. Alright, let's see how we do with this. How bad is that gearbox for Gasly? Oh, pretty rough, 19%. It's getting close to total failure. Okay, lock up for Porsche, but he didn't damage the car.
And that's the
I
lock-up!
think. I hope. No, he didn't damage the car.
That sounds like someone's gone wide there.
Oh,
Let's
another
take a
lockup.
closer look. Now
Poor
we
Sherry's
see the
struggling at the
Williams
moment.
here. That lockup could have cost them dearly.
That worries me for the race. I'm not going to lie.
Oh, they've run wide. Oh, did someone run wide there?
Albon's struggling with his new car, although he's significantly quicker than he would normally have been. '97 and '96, we're so close. And Teo's lockups have really cost him
comments
on
about?
his track knowledge this session. I think we might just leave Teo on whatever setup he gets. Just run him for the whole session next time out. Hope he doesn't have too many little mistakes like that.
Hello and thank
Right, skip into Q3 or P3, FP3. We are close. A change to the camber and the toe will sort us out. Which way do I go? If I go there, pull that in. That does look like it's going to affect the traction. I'm going to go that way and send that back like that. And that is the only changes we're going to make. I'm just going to hope that that's enough now. That car is really starting to wear out. Hard tyres, we're going to run it for the whole session. So we're going to want, let's see, 42 laps of fuel should be more than enough for the whole session. Gasly can be a little bit more flexible. He's at 96% so far. This one's going to be a bit trickier to achieve. I think I'm just going to do that. And I'm going to go that way. And that's it. That's the only change we're going to make there, and just hopefully that's good enough. We can always roll back if we haven't quite got it, if we've gone the wrong way. We're only going to run for 28 laps with this run. And here we go.
Can you hear me?
Copy.
I think someone's run wide. We've just had a spin.
You always simulate the practice sessions because you struggle setting up the cars. Well, if you don't practice setting up the cars, you're always going to struggle with setting up the cars. I mean, it's not essential. I don't think if you simulate as well, I'm not sure if they changed it, but it was a case of if you simulated, it just randomly generated a new setup, and it didn't matter what you put in, it would just randomly change it. I don't know if that's the case still, because last time I saw that was just after launch. So that might have
What was the
changed the
balance,
patch.
please?
But I quite
really
like the little
pleased.
mini game of trying to get 100%.
Copy.
So I don't mind it. We're still at 97% with Pierre. We're just going to leave him at that. We're not going to try and chase that down any further.
How was the balance?
I don't think. We'll call him in. See where it was we went wrong. Okay, we can fix that. There we go. That should fix that. We'll send him out again, just for a quick run. Teo is 96%. We're not calling him in because we need to get him up to as high a track acclimatization as we can, and the only way we can do that is just to let him run and run and run. So Teo is going to roll back to his 97% when we get back to the garage, and that's going to be him for the race. That'll be good enough. When are you planning on picking the game
Oh,
back up
there's a
again?
spin!
Are you planning on picking the game back up again, or are you just kind of at the point where you just prefer to watch it now? Okay, so yeah, we couldn't fix it. We'll call them in and we'll just reset to the highest setup we've got.
We've just had a car run wide.
So revert to 97. There we go. We've got a 97% setup. We'll stick with that. Just waiting on Teo to finish his run. Oh, he's had another lock-up.
We can take a look now. Now we see the Williams here. Well, they've locked up. They won't have been happy about that.
I don't know for definite, but I think
The team
lockups
are
are
really
also affected
disappointed
not
with
just
that.
by a driver's control
Let's hope it
rating,
doesn't
but
set them
also
back too
by
badly.
how good your brake cooling is. And this is a circuit where you really push the brakes, which is why I think we've been locking up a lot with Teo. Oh, I saw competitive penalty. That wasn't for Teo, was it? Alonso, Magnussen, Vettel, Schumacher, Albon. Ricardo has a penalty. Maybe it's Ricardo who picked up that penalty. You can just see the flattening of the curve there because of that lockup. It's frustrating, but it's going to stop him from... Well, he wasn't going to hit 100, but he was going to get damn close. That's going to get him further away now. That killed his momentum.
It's a good session all in all.
So we got him up to
Still learning a
87
lot.
as opposed to mid to high 90s. Not the best session for Porsche, and I am worried that he's going to lock up a lot in the race now. Maybe he'll fare better with better components, but I doubt it. Right, so best engine, 96%. We want a better ERS module. and we want a better gearbox. That will be fine. That's not his best setup, so we're going to change that to his 97% setup. There we go. Pierre, let's give him best available engine. Change his ERS. Actually, no, we could stick with the 68%. That's more than safe. Gearbox 57. That's safe enough. There we go. Let's see how well we can qualify.
Radio check. Radio check.
Radio check, okay.
So, first qualifying session with our two drivers, our new driver lineup. Let's see what the pace difference is between the two. Instead of hundredths, I'm guessing it's going to be tenths. I'm also hoping we're not going to get held up by traffic. We might have Leclerc in the way. Might be a little hold up there for Gasly and Porsche. Albon's going to get in the way at Ascari. Nope, we got past Albon relatively easily. And we got past at the Parabolica, I think. So gap on paper at the moment, 3.5 tenths. Gasly is faster than Mick. That's encouraging. Once you get up to drivers around Gasly's rating, they do have a definite impact on how much pace you can get out of the car. There is absolutely no denying that fact. Try and get out amongst some of the faster cars if we can. There we go. See if we can sneak a little bit of a tow. Both the Alfa Romeos are going to improve. I would imagine Albon's going to improve. I'm expecting Porsche to get knocked out and probably Ricciardo along with him. And then it's just a question of whether Gasly can actually get through. I'm hoping he will. Okay, Gasly's across the line. He's P11 right now. He's faster than Norris. Holy crap. Porsche currently through, but he's going to get knocked out by the Alphas. There goes Bottas up to 9th, Zhou up to 14th. So Porsche is joined by Ricciardo. Albon does not improve. He's slower than Porsche. I was not expecting that. Okay, we've got a car into Q2. Let's go on a set of scrubs.
The radio is good. You can hear me, yeah?
Radio check, okay. Radio check, okay.
Alright, what can we do in session 2? We've got a clean run. May even have got a little slipstream off the back of Science there, coming out the parabolica. And once again, we are faster than Norris. This is encouraging, because the car performance on paper shouldn't be that good. So this is very much the Gasly effect. This is what I was hoping would. This is why I've been trying to sign him. You know, get that extra performance. And given that Albon and Porsche are so closely matched, it made sense to get rid of Albon because he costs 6 million and Porsche costs 350,000, 400,000. With a fresh set of tyres, we're on the verge of making Q3. This would be incredible. If we could sneak Q3, that would be amazing.
Who's running wide there?
We're up in the first. Not up in the middle. And we didn't improve at the end. Yeah, that's a shame. So we definitely got the benefit from of a tow from Sainz. God, if we'd have fresh tyres on when we made that first run, who knows where we could have ended up. But you can't sneeze at that. We only missed out on Q3 by 0.05 of a second. That's pretty damn good. I'll take that.
Here we are, folks. We're back for another day of scintillating F1 action. It's race day.
Williams had a good performance in qualifying. Now they'll be eager to demonstrate that they can have an even better race. Haas proved quite resourceful during qualifying. That puts them in a very good position to make the most of this race start. We've been having sunny weather here today, but there are some clouds looming that might complicate things for teams further down the line.
Well, one thing we do know, this race is going to be fast, and Monza is ready for it.
Alright, sorry about the delay. I was just grabbing a drink. Throat's getting a little dry. Strategy. Medium to soft is going to be our plan for this race. Yeah, just no change. That's how we're going to run. And hope... Gee, I might go soft medium with Pierre, see if he can hang with the big boys a little bit longer. Yeah, we'll do that with Pierre. We'll see if we can hang with the front runners. And if we get a late safety car, we can always throw on another set of soft tyres. I didn't say change the strategy, did I? There we go, 21 laps should do. Fuel, I'm going to throw some extra fuel in the car, even though we might get lapped because it's Monza and we want to burn fuel as hard as we can in this race. Pace mode, I'm going to not push the tyres off the line or the battery. Because it's just such a cluster at turn 1. It takes a couple of corners before the field starts to even itself out a bit. We are 12th and 14th because of penalties. So Teo has gained 3 positions off the grid. Pierre's gained just the 1.
Quite a few clouds overhead as we look at the lineup on the grid. Looking at the Williams now. Slower than most yesterday, so today they'll be starting from the bottom half of the grid. And looking at the second Williams car. With their starting position in the back 10, they'll have their work cut out for them. Will their hard work pay off today? Here we are at the oldest circuit in Europe for this, the Italian Grand Prix. It's lights out and away we go.
All right, let's focus on Pierre. And straight away I can see the Bottas in front is running on mediums.
Okay, so let's keep going.
And so is Sonoda.
That's a good overtake from Alpine.
Oh no, no way.
So we keep focusing on the pace.
And McLaren with a great overtake.
All right, now we're going to push
Overtake
the
available.
overtake.
Copy.
And straight away it gets us past Magnussen.
You're doing a good job.
Nice job.
Good job.
And a new position, just gained by Williams.
Oh, Magnussen got a good run through Ascari there.
Okay, keep it clean. Focus on the pace.
Is that a new race position for Haas?
Okay, Porsche is... Oh, Porsche is struggling, but of course Porsche is on medium tyres, not the softs. There's the battery kick, giving us that oomph to catch up to Magnussen again.
Charge on. Charge on.
I don't want to be left with no battery once the DRS kicks in, so I'm going to save some battery for now.
DRS enabled, DRS enabled.
Put Porsche into neutral. I'm happy for him to stick with Alonso. and Norris. They are definitely faster. Gasly dropping back because he hasn't got any battery to push him forward, but while they are battling we should close back under braking, hopefully. Oh, Norris is close, got to watch out for that. Let's go to neutral.
Charge off, good job.
Copy.
We need to push.
I think we might just be outside of DRS. We are. Here comes Norris and Alonso. Got to deploy here.
Okay, we need some deploy.
I set that too late. We are not going to get slipstream off these guys. And we're at risk of being overtaken by Norris. Alright, we've got the defensive line. Is Alonso going to slide up the inside of us? There's Pierre in the background. Oh, Alonso with a big lockup. And that's going to drop into the back of the field.
Oh, big lock up there.
Okay, yellow.
Let's see what happened there. Now watch this. Here's Alonso's car. And yes, that's the lockup. And the team had such high hopes today.
Alright, we are back in DRS range. It's cost us a little bit of tyre and battery to do it, but we're back
Need
in
to drop the
range.
pace.
I think we're just going to have to stick at neutral for a while. I don't think we've got room to charge, which is a bit of a shame. We're just hanging on to the back of the train in front of us. Norris is almost out of DRS. Pierre right behind him is going to make the move. Side by side, couldn't quite make it stick. But Norris is now out of DRS range, so Pierre could easily get him on the run to Ascari here. No, he's not, so coming out the parabolic onto the main straight, maybe. He's got the inside line. He's going to have the open DRS. There it goes. And Gasly has got past Magnussen. Nice. Right, can
And there's an
Pierre
overtake from Williams.
get onto the back? Oh, we've got a big crash.
Let's have a look. Now we see the Williams.
That's the overtake, we've already seen that. Who's crashed and where?
There's contact.
Oh, there we go.
It's chaos on the track.
Multiple
Here's
cars,
the
that worries
replay.
me. Are we
Now
involved
look
in
at
that?
this. It was the Alpha Tauri driver involved.
Oh, that's a big hit.
Goodness me, that is a serious collision.
You're telling me, given how
That's
far
going to be a
that,
big
Al-
blow
that
to
Alfa
the
Romeo
team.
ended up.
Will they be able to recover? We'll see.
Was that Albon or was that Tsunoda? It was Tsunoda. Of course it was Tsunoda. I don't know why I was even questioning that. Pierre has caught up into the train so we can
Okay, I'd
save
like you to slow down,
some
please.
bits. Let's try and save some bits here as well.
Okay, let's go recharge on.
So frustrating.
I knew we were going to lose that position to
Pass with
Magnussen
an
there,
overtake
but
there.
that was fine. It's because we're charging up the battery. That's more
Okay, charge
important.
on, charge on.
Copy.
We're comfortably in that queue of cars. hope my drivers don't do anything stupid. We are lapping at Ocon's pace right now. And there is Sonoda into the pits for a new front wing. Joe is still limping around. He's got a puncture. Oh, he's got a really destroyed rear wing as well. Look at that rear wing. Is he going to retire, or is he going to carry on? I'm going to watch this actually just for a minute, just to see what's going on here. I'm keeping an eye on the timing on Gasly. He's still in DRS. He's pitting. Okay, no front wing damage. They can't do anything about the rear wing, so it was just a puncture that they're going to sort out. He's going to be so slow. I should have just retired that car. I would. In that situation, I'd retire the car. He's going to have so little speed through the corners. Oh, that just feels so slow. Well, he's going to get lapped pretty soon. Meanwhile, we've managed to get our batteries almost fully recharged, which is fantastic. Certainly good enough for us to put them back into neutral so we don't drop out the train.
Yeah.
Which we are in danger of doing. There we go, we've got DRS. Good, good, good. So that'll close us back up.
Charge off.
Okay.
So we're sitting 10th and 11th right now. This is really good, especially for Pierre, because Pierre is on the harder tyres. He's running on those mediums, so the fact that he's able to keep pace with effectively with 7th place right now means that when he does switch onto softs in the second half of this race, he could potentially be pretty handy. I would like to see if I can maybe get Gasly to move up a little bit. Slap him into overtake, see if we can shape up a move coming into Ascari. Getting a little bit of time. Can we maybe gain something coming out of Ascari on the run to the Parabolica? No, we can't.
Haas with an overtake.
Got to be careful. I'm about to empty the battery again at this rate. Alright, let's go neutral. Bottas trying to get past Magnussen. Magnussen on the softer tyres.
Look at that! They've run wide!
Joe is having a nightmare with his destroyed rear wing. Because I'm surprised he's still running. Mick got back in front of Pierre and has now dropped off the back of that train, so I wasn't paying attention there. I can't get Pierre back onto that queue. but I can get him back in front of Mick. Well, actually, maybe I can.
And
Oh yeah, because Joe.
just gained by Williams.
So we got ahead of Gasly. We got Gasly ahead of
Let's
Bottas
take a
because
look
of
at the
Joe
replay.
there.
Now look at this. It's Pierre Gasly.
See that destroyed rear wing holding up his teammate, and we kind of sandwiched him, boxed him in there.
And there they go, moving up a position. Just incredible manoeuvring. The team watching on and clearly loving that.
So Porsche is now on the back of Bottas. Gasly is on the back of Magnussen, who does not have DRS to Ocon, but we will when we overtake him. And tyres his Ocon on. He's
And
on
there's an
soft as well.
overtake from Williams.
We're just out of DRS range. Okay, so Schumacher's going to, Magnussen's going to overtake us. So that's going to put him into DRS range, and now the queue is back on Ocon again. So this is why on tracks like this, when DRS is quite powerful, it's so hard to break away if you're on your own. If you've got two cars working in tandem, you can break away, but if it's just one driver breaking away, it's almost impossible. Because they just end up overtaking each other under DRS and closing that gap to you. And catching back up when you do make the break. Porsche dropping a little bit of pace again. Hopefully you can hang on to the back of this group. Just looking a little bit touch and go. I think we just made it. Yes, we did. We did get DRS, thank God for that. Oh, Bottas sneaking up the inside there. Can we get the
Alfa
move done?
Romeo
No.
just moved up a place.
We're all getting a little bit spicy around here at the moment. A lot of cars constantly swapping back and forth. Hamilton's into the pits. He's the first of the front runners to pit. He's dropping down a few places as well. Where's he going to come out? Going to come out behind Alonso, behind Vettel maybe? No, just in front of Vettel. Oh no, Vettel and Ricciardo got him under braking. No, that's not good for Hamilton. Stuck behind two cars, slower cars that are battling like that. That's going to hold him up. Good news for us.
I'm just all over the place.
So we keep focusing on the pace. Good job, Pierre.
And a new position just gained by Williams.
Oh, having a look at Ocon there. This is crazy how close this is. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars. So close to each other like this. A big lockup from one of those cars could take out loads of us. Alright, we're getting towards Gasly's pit stop. I think it was lap 21 he was going to pit, wasn't it? Yeah, lap 21.
Very good job, Pierre.
Bottas is quick as well, so we may possibly see a splintering of this train here. That's Perez and Russell in the pits. There go Magnussen and Ocon. That's 2 less cars we have to worry about. Bottas is on the mediums as well, which means if we just hang with Bottas, he's going to pull Gasly along a little bit better than his tyres could normally do on their own, I think. So this is working out very nicely for us right now. It's just a question of whether we can stay with Bottas through the slower stuff. Looks like we're going to take the position from him here with the DRS. I wonder if we can try and capitalise on this with Porsche. I kind of don't really want to push him. I want to save him until he gets his soft tyres on. As long as he stays with this group. And that's everything that we need. We have got Leclerc's Ferrari bearing down on us. Now that he's made his pit stop. Let's take a look at everyone's tyres. I think I can maybe keep Gasly out there for another couple of laps yet.
For Alfa Romeo.
He's supposed to be pitting next lap, or end of next lap, but I'm thinking we can maybe keep him out for another 3 or 4 laps. Maybe extend his stint by a lap or 2.
Haas with an overtake there.
There's a few cars here for him to hang on to, so... And it looks like we are not in danger of getting lapped, so we need to be wary of that when it comes to fuel as well.
Can we do lift and coast?
Oh, we are barely hanging on. Traction is really starting to suffer now. We have still got the DRS, but we are really struggling. I think we're only going to get 1 more lap out of these tyres, so I'm going to pit him next lap.
Oh, and Ferrari just gained a place. We can take a look now. Watch this. There's Leclerc.
Yeah, straight at the inside. He's going to be bearing down on Gasly.
Was that a lock-up on the track?
Magnussen's had a lock-up.
Let's see what happened there. All eyes on Kevin Magnussen.
Okay, Magnussen was
here.
one of the cars that we were
They've
fighting
locked
with.
up,
That
but that
is
could
going to
have been
hurt him
much
badly.
worse.
Give us a bit more lift off, please.
Okay.
Charge John.
Copy.
Let's try and rebuild that. Oh, what happened to Porsche there? He got nasty bump there from Norris. I'm going to have to push him to get him back onto this queue. I cannot lose it. No damage to the car, but...
Alright, buddy, push, push.
Yeah, as I was about to say before that happened, just need to try and get a little bit more battery into Gasly now before he pits. Gasly is slowing down Norris, which is going to help Porsche catch him back up.
Yeah, in the box.
Okay, copy that.
Okay, we'd like you to slow down, please.
Oh, we are not as close as I thought we were. Damn it, I'm going to have to keep pushing.
Let's push, come on.
If I can at least get onto the back of Norris, then the pair of us can get onto the back of Nick. And we are ahead of Magnussen, thanks to his little lock-up there. But we are 3 seconds behind Ocon. Maybe the fresher tyres will help
Reminder,
us.
charge off.
Copy.
Oh, and here come the front runners, look, pulling Alonso with them. Oh, we are so close to getting back onto the DRS. I don't think we made it. No, we didn't. Alright, now we've made it, so we can now ease that down.
Lift and coast required.
We dropped another couple of tenths again. Again, this is what I was saying earlier before the race about struggling for traction out of these chicanes because low downforce or low speed cornering downforce is not good. It's a definite weakness in our, well, it's the biggest weakness in our car. So instead, we're just going to try and recharge. We've got a yellow flag in sector 2. Someone went wide.
So
It was
recharge on.
Hamilton. I did wonder. And we're going to try and just stick with Perez when Perez gets past us. Gasly is still ahead of Magnussen, but losing some ground. Are we gaining on Ocon? We haven't done a full lap yet. We'll find out at the end of this lap if we are faster than Ocon. I don't think we will be.
Okay, buddy, no worries.
Red Bull gained a place.
Recharge off.
Okay, so Gasly is lapping 1:27.3, so we are lapping a little bit slower. But if we can stay with Magnussen, we can keep doing this and leapfrogging each other on the main straights and DRS sections, and we will close in on Ocon.
So we keep focusing on the pace.
So it's not all bad.
Haas with an overtake.
And we still got a few cars in front that need to pit, including Teo. So Norris, Teo, Alonso, Stroll, Albon, Mick Schumacher, Bottas. They all need to pit. Oh, and Sainz as well. They all need to pit, and Verstappen, because they're still on their original starting mediums.
Alpine just advanced. And a new position just gained by Williams.
There we go, that's what I was trying to do. We have been passed by Hamilton and we're already outside the DRS range. That's not good. Pourchaire's getting dropped. Everyone who's on faster tyres is just eating him up. We are a little too far away right now. So Pourchaire is now dropping into purgatory. Too slow to catch Hamilton and Alonso, and a long way ahead of Albon, so no help in that respect. This could hurt him for the second half of the race. Just could see him dropping down a few positions before he, when he does eventually make his stop. So they'll have soft tyres. So we'll have an opportunity to make up some places, potentially. Depends how far off we end up falling. We are now doing about the same pace as Ocon, now that we are swapping positions with Magnussen.
Can't do anything.
I would prefer a faster car coming through to help boost us up a little bit.
Is that a new race position for Haas?
But the next car to come through is a long way back. Sainz is still yet to pit, as is Verstappen, and they are half a lap behind us on track in that respect, so no help there. We're into Teo's pit window. We'll get him pitted pretty quickly. We are not really closing down Ocon, but he is chasing down Albon. We are closing down on Albon and Stroll. So we oh, there goes Ocon past Stroll. We should start closing in on these guys. We're, what, 3.5 seconds behind? Make that 3 seconds now that we've got some more DRS overtaking going on there.
Haas with an overtake there.
Yeah, now that Ocon has caught up to Albon, who is slower, that's holding him up and it's allowing us to catch him a lot quicker. That's good. Ocon got through straight away. He didn't hang about. Can't say I blame him. Right, we're back in DRS. And it's time for us to pit Pourchaire. Pit options, pit for a set of softs. I'm going to pull him in a lap early, just because he's
And we will box
dropping
this
so
lap.
much time. We'll bring him in at the end of this lap rather than end of next. There we go, that's the move on Stroll done. We should get
You're
Albon
doing a good
here.
job.
No, Albon's got it covered. Here comes Magnussen. We cover him off. And Bottas and Schumacher finally pit. And so does Alonso and Norris. On the same lap that Porsche is pitting. Alright. Have we done enough to jump any of these guys? There goes Albon.
Okay, we have Bottas in the pit straight now.
That's Bottas coming out the pits with Mick. We're going to get Mick. Can we get Bottas?
Alonso just pitted.
Not quite. But we are behind somebody on fresh, soft tyres. If we can stay with him, Ocon's ours for the taking. Okay, 6 seconds back for Porsche. It's going to be a lonely race for a while for Teo. And Verstappen finally pits from the lead. If we can get points here, I'll be so happy. Because this is a really hard race to get points in with a shit car if you don't have the help of a safety car. Really hard. But so far we're doing it.
Lost control and spun.
Oh, Perez has a wobble. It's not going to really affect the outcome of the top positions too much. Ocon's not going to get him. Just keeping us behind him. The clever little positioning of his car is old Bottas here. There we go. Oh, he's locked up.
The brakes are really poor.
No.
Okay, copy that.
Let's take a closer look. Now look at this, it's Pierre Gasly. And this, yes, there, that's the lockup.
They really need to change that animation because it's just so bad the way it just changes 90 degrees like that.
They'll be...
Ah, where's that dropped us? Behind Norris. Alright, we need to push.
Oh, you can use the deploy.
We need to be lapping faster than Alonso because Norris is lapping to Alonso's pace. as long as Norris can't get past Alonso, we're okay. If Norris gets past and they start DRS leapfrogging, we're in trouble. He's getting past, isn't he? God damn it.
And we have margin to push a little bit more on the tires.
I think that's just blown any chance we had of points. I was so pleased at how well we were doing. Shouldn't have said anything. Alright, big launch out of here, please. Safety car right now would be wonderful. Oh, I'll lock up for someone else.
Yellow flag, single
Yuki.
yellow, single yellow.
Alright, there goes the battery.
Copy.
I need Alonso to stay behind Norris here. No, he's passing him. That's it. That's our chance of catching up gone. Got no battery left. Nothing to fight with. Just got to hope upon hope for a little miracle.
It's a spin!
Ocon's had a spin. Doesn't really help us at the moment. Oh, we've got some traffic. Maybe that will help us. I can't keep pushing like this. I'm going to destroy the tyres. I'm going to overburn the fuel. So we've got 3 cars now. Alonso, Ocon and Norris. And they're just tantalisingly out of reach. Come on. We're so close. We're so close. No DRS. We almost had them. And now they're further away than even before. Yeah, that's it. I can't keep destroying the tyres. All the fuel. Do I also play the F1 driving games? I do, but I haven't played F1 22 since this came out, so I do need to pick that up again at some point.
Someone's run wide!
Leclerc's had a wobble, that doesn't help us either. Right, I just need Norris to lock up and take out both the Alpines now. Yeah, they're gone. We were so close to getting back onto them again. Yeah, I do 100% race distance. Alright, let's... I'm going to have to save a little bit of fuel as well. I may as well do that now. Let's give Teo a little bit of a push. Try and get him up with Gasly. See if they can't help each other out. Yellow flag in sector 2.
Sounds like someone's locked
Vettel.
up.
No more DRS.
Got the gap to 5.5 seconds. Oh, Gasly's tyres are looking rough. It's because we burnt them so hard trying to catch up and we just couldn't. This is a really disappointing end to this race. We looked like we were on for good points at the first part of the race, and it's kind of fallen apart a bit since then. I'm just thinking about maybe pitting Gasly for a set of softs and just blitzing the last 10 laps, but I don't know if it's worth it. His tyres are pretty rough. What have I got left in the way of softs? Got some worn softs. But they would certainly be better than what we've got. I'm going to lose 5 seconds on my overall race time. What the hell? Let's go for it. They're at 92, they're at 90, so those are the ones we want. Oh, for God, I forgot that Zhou was still running around with a broken wing. See, I can maybe sneak the fastest lap. Well, we're eating up the gap to Vettel right now. Nope, couldn't get fastest lap. I didn't think we would, to be honest. DRS is definitely needed to stand any chance of getting the fastest lap. Porsche has done well to outpace Ricciardo, but when he had his lockup, that was a problem for him, and then Gasly's lockup dropped him off the queue and destroyed any chance. We were on for at least 9th place, probably 8th, possibly 7th, but probably 8th place, and yeah, that lockup destroyed any chance of points. This is such a hard circuit to fight back on, unless you have a really, really good car. And we don't, so... Oh, get out of the way, Joe.
Keep an eye on the fuel, please.
Copy.
Ferrari's getting ominously close. Can we at least stay a lap on the lead lap? There's Albon. Let's give him a little wave as we usurp him. I see you're driving my car. I'm now driving what you used to be driving, and I'm doing better than you. Bye bye.
Okay, good job, thank you.
Alright, next up, Vettel. We'll get DRS on the main straight, which
And
will
a
really
new
help
position,
us chase
just
after
gained by
Ricciardo,
Williams.
who is on pretty warm mediums.
Okay, 5 laps remaining.
Need to drop the pace.
Okay.
Oh, we're not getting past.
Charge on.
Copy.
Oh, someone's off. That's Ricciardo.
They've locked up and gone straight on.
Just need a few more cars to keep doing that in front of us. Usurp is such an underused word. It is. Gasly the usurper. Alright, are we going to get him here? On the run to Ascari? No, we're not. Okay. We'll stick behind him for another lap. We've allowed Albon to catch us back up, which is annoying. We have to finish ahead of Albon. Alright, if we get the inside line here into the Parabolica and still get the DRS.
4 laps remaining.
Yes, we do. Good, good, good. Now we can pull away with DRS on the main straight. See you later, Vettel.
Good job.
Bye-bye, Albon.
And there's an overtake from Williams.
Okay, you can go charge off.
Okay.
Let's break the toe, actually.
Or you can use the deploy.
Yeah.
Push hard, push hard.
push hard enough, quick enough. Maybe through a Scari. He's going to reel us in again, isn't he?
3 laps to go.
We'll deploy and push again when we come out of the first chicane. This is what we should have done last time. There we go. Now we've broken the 1 second. Just going to keep it on until we get to the DRS. There we go. And there we go, a very distant 13th and 14th. Final lap for us.
And Sainz crosses the line first. He's taken the win.
Okay, and that is the checkered flag.
And there we go.
A wonderful result here for the
Promised
Williams
much
driver.
and failed to deliver. That's a shame, but we can say that signing Pierre was definitely the right thing to do. In terms of pace, he has got more pace than Albon. There's no disputing that fact. I think with the last 6 races to go, I think we could potentially pick up some more points with Pierre, who is currently 10th in the drivers' standings. Not that that really does anything for us. In terms of the constructors, obviously we miss out on more points. Haas have pulled out another 4 points. They're now 10 clear of us. I don't think we're going to be able to turn that around, unfortunately. So as a result, I think we're pretty much locked into 9th place now. There's no way Aston Martin are going to improve enough to be able to overhaul 6 points on us, I don't think. So I think, yeah, we're just kind of resigned to where we're going to finish now in terms of the constructors. But that's okay, because that's our target. We had to finish 9th, and we are definitely on course to do that. We've got a point for Teo, who had an exceptional race. Pierre had a good race, could have been better, but that lockup really let him down, unfortunately. Picked up a little bit of money. We still made our finish position guarantee, which is good. Let's see, helipad's been upgraded, so we can now get additional money from sponsors in the future races. Next up is going to be heading back to Singapore again, this time with our Williams team. We've got 18 days until the next race, so let's just advance a little bit of time. We are exceeding expectations, apparently. And the changes to the cost cap have been passed, so the cost cap will be 5 million lower next season. It was a tied vote. Ferrari, Mercedes, AlphaTauri, Alfa Romeo and Aston Martin all voted against it. Not surprised by Ferrari, Mercedes or Aston Martin because they're quite big budget teams. Surprised at Alfa Romeo and AlphaTauri to a degree. But of course the tiebreaker is the FIA, and they've decided to push ahead with that change. So maybe that will help us out next season. Maybe the top teams won't be able to spend quite as much money. I don't know if the top teams ever get close to the cost cap. I get the feeling they probably don't. Let's see. With our cars, we have research finishing in 11 days. That's before the next Grand Prix, so we can get something else started, be it a project or a new part, possibly. Now that we've got Pierre in the car, might see if we can give him a little bit of a pace boost. Let's take a look at our facilities. We've got 4 million to spend. Let's check our points first of all. Teo's got a point. Boost his reactions again. Gasly, no points. No points for Logan. Checking our staff. No points for our staff. Team Hub upgraded in 2 days. That'll improve Team XP. Weather Centre in 13 days. Car Park Test Centre in 18 days, just in time for the start of Singapore. Good that we'll have that on the upgrade ready for next year. I can't afford the race simulator yet. That's still beyond our budget. It's 8 million for an upgrade there. Nothing here needs upgrading. Let's check in with the board. They are disappointed about finances still, thanks to our big spending in July. Nothing we can do about that. Hopefully over time, if we keep churning out no debt months, they'll change that back to satisfied. They are absolutely delighted with the race results though. As you can see, we've done very well this season despite not scoring many points. We do still have the high confidence, which is always a good thing. So let's whiz on a little bit. Team Hub is now upgraded. There we go. So that's a nice XP boost. Suspension that we needed is done. Actually, I want to check whether we took any other damaged parts. If we check the warehouse, 5 suspensions, 5 underfloors. Yeah, we're okay on parts. We don't need to manufacture anything else. Okay, research on next year's chassis is done. So, here is the question. We have some points, let's say some points, we have some hours left. Next testing period is a way off. Let's see, we're on spec 2. I could do with a new front wing. Maybe. I don't think we put any hours into our previous front wing. I think we just did a cheap upgrade like this. Got 38 days to the next period. What could I achieve like that? Can improve our medium and high speed cornering a bit. Definitely improve our brake cooling. That would help stop some of these lockups. So if we were to spend all our remaining hours and quite a bit of time on a new wing, we could get that in 54 days on intense. 54 days is in time for the final Grand Prix of the season. That's no good. So what about if we were to rush it? We get it in 36 days, which would be in time for Brazil, so the last 2 races of the season. Not worth it. If we went with if we're going to do another part, we're going to have to do it now. We need something that's not going to take too long. A rear wing's going to take too long, a front wing's going to take too long. We're already doing research on side pods, so we can't do that. Haven't we just done a suspension? We have. We could do a new chassis. We would have to put hours into this to get an improvement. And even then, I don't think it would be that much of an improvement. Improve our drag reduction, our engine cooling, and our airflow middle. That wouldn't really give us much of a boost to this year's car. So there is no point developing one of those, even though we could get it reasonably quickly. And we've just done a new suspension, so I mean, we'd have to put hours into the new one, and even then, I don't know if we'd actually make that much of an improvement because we put hours into the last one. Yeah, we would actually have a negative impact on, well, not a negative impact on the car. Everything would be a boost, but it wouldn't be a significant enough boost at all to warrant spending all that time and money on it. So, we are effectively locked into this season's car. We're not going to make any more parts. The parts that we could potentially rush out and get on the car to have a minor increase just aren't physically worth it, and would take a long time. So instead, we are going to look at more research. And we know that there's minor technical changes to the chassis for next season. We could make ourselves a really, really good chassis for next year. We pump all those hours into next year's chassis with yet another research project. That's something we could do. That would give us little gains, but across the board, effectively. The only thing it wouldn't really affect would be DRS acceleration and brake cooling. That's something we could do. Let me check our inbox again. Just the one race tomorrow? No, it'll be another double race. It'll be Williams again tomorrow. So it'll be Singapore and Japan tomorrow for Williams. Right, did I, and I don't think I did I flag the email? Oh, I did. There we go. It's the Haas one, I didn't do it. So it's the chassis and the side pods that are going to be hit with next season's regulation changes. We can't do another side pod research project because we're still finishing off the one that we're doing. So we could do another chassis upgrade. But with that said, what have we done so far on other parts of the car? We haven't done a single project on the front wing or the rear wing, and arguably they are more important than a third upgrade on the chassis. So let's put the hours into the rear wing for next season. This can have a big impact on our speed, both in a straight line and in the corners. There we go. That's going to take 80 days to do. If I were to speed it up, I could do it in 54 days. We've got one more ATR period, I think. I'm going to have to go back and check again, check the calendar, and see exactly when the next ATR period starts and finishes. So this period ends here, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5 weeks away. So that's what, 37 days away. And then we've got one more period, which we have to start all of our projects before the 21st of November, and they have to be finished before the 31st of December. So 54 days from where we are now. So that's what, 7 days, 14, 21, 28, 35, 42, 49, 56. So that's 54 days, and that would leave us with about 50 days to throw another project on. So I want to try and get as much more research done in as possible. So I am going to put 6 engineers onto the rear wing so that we have a chance of getting another project in afterwards, even if it's just a small one. So let's give everything some focus. Go with the maximum of engineers, 54 days. There we go. Rear wing project locked in. So side pods are ready in 17 days. As soon as that's done, we will start researching a front wing. Because we haven't done the front wing yet either. And then we'll see where we are once those research projects are done. I am a little worried. How many have we got on the side pods? We've got 3 on there, 1 on there at the moment. A little worried that 3 engineers isn't going to be enough to give us a really good run, built lead time on the front wing project. We'll have to see how it goes. Let's check. Well, let's push on. Weather center upgrade is done. That'll help. Let's clear the filters. There we go. and the car part test centre is done, which will help us significantly with our upgrades for the side pods next year. It'll boost our cooling and brake cooling, engine cooling and brake cooling effects for car parts that are made by suspension and side pods and suspension, and also front wing as well. So that's an important upgrade for us there. Get the car part up to number 2. We have got just a couple of days left before we're at race day, aren't we? So let's check our staff before we go. We'll probably do this again at the start of the next stream anyway, but we'll do it now. Couple of weeks away from points for Simone Resta. Dickon has a point. Okay. DRS Delta could be improved. Cooling is definitely going to be affected next season. I'm tempted to throw it into that. But we are also quite weak on high speed downforce, so I'm going to boost that. Josh doesn't have a point. He is a long way off another point. Pierre is also a long way off another point. Check our drivers. No points gained over the last week. Teo probably won't get one at the end of the next race, but may possibly get one by Japan. We'll certainly get one after Japan. Pierre will get a point after this race. That'll be good. And let's have a look at his stats. I'm probably going to put that into his reactions. I want to get him really fast, and then we'll work on his smoothness after that. And Logan will definitely get a point after Singapore, because I'm going to put him into practice again at Singapore. So again, that'll be another point on his smoothness as we look to build him up a little bit. Right, that is the end of the stream. Thank you for watching. Thank you again, Farah, for buying me a beer. It was very generous of you. And I will see you guys for the next 2 races in our calendar, rounds 17 and 18. At Singapore and Japan with Williams tomorrow night, same time, about 10:30 UK time. So that's all from me. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you all again very soon.